Pode compartilhar, Ângela, por favor.
Bom, boa tarde, pessoal. Boa tarde vocês que estão aqui presentes
Good
conosco.
afternoon, everyone in Dubai. Good morning in Brazil. My name is Pedro Borges. I'm the journalist of Alma Preta. I am moderating this panel on environmental racism in Brazil in the context of COP28. I would like to thank the organizations that, like Ogela Aleta, and Connectus, and also the Coalition for Rights, who organized this panel. We've been organized to bring this agenda to the climate conference, and also other organizations of the Black movement such as Conacte, Peregun, and all the other organizations from the Black movements which are present here. We are going to have a first round with our colleagues comprising this uh, debate table. I'd like to start with a brief speech from the panelists in an objective way, and then I'd like to present the colleagues, and we're going to have Angela participating virtually, Angela Gomes. I'd like to introduce Letícia Leobetti. She's a social scientist, and she has graduated in the University of Paraná. She has studied the first infancy at Harvard University. She is a researcher at Galadese, the Institute of Black Women. Letícia, the word is yours. Can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everyone. I will self-describe. I'm a Black woman, light complexioned. I have braids in my hair. I'm wearing a printed dress, and in the background we have the screen where you read COP28. It's a great honor to represent Galadese Institute, the Institute of Black Women, and also Sueli Carneiro House with us in this COP. It's a great honor to share this table with people with this great responsibility on this discussion in Brazil and abroad. It's a great honor to share this space with so many people who are activists from the Black movement with this commitment to face environmental racism within this climate agenda. I think that to start this discussion, I should bring some information on what we've been doing, what we've been thinking about this context. We have many work streams when we talk about racism within this agenda. It's a great challenge. So we've been thinking about the climate agenda, about the need of having a humane agenda. We've been discussing this need to humanize this agenda. And when we talk about humanizing, we are talking about a context where people are not neutral. They have gender, they have race, class, identities, and this is marking their experiences in the world. So we cannot discuss this agenda and take a stance not considering these intersectionalities as a core guideline. So all of our stances and participations in discussions, this is the topic we emphasize. We emphasize this need to humanize. And I bring this importance of racializing this agenda. And I agree with Selma, who is a representative of CONAC. She published an article at the newspaper Folha de São Paulo about the need to rationalize the climate policies. So I extend that for the need to racialize this agenda as a whole. Galadez has been working in this sense. We've been emphasizing our incidence internationally, our advocacy with the Sustainable Development Agenda and Climate Agenda. And we've been noticing, unfortunately, how the Afro-descendant community is invisible in this agenda. So in all debates we participate, we notice that there's no consideration, there's no stance concerning the Afro-descendant population around the world. So we're talking about 250 million people who had their lives crossed by the transatlantic traffic, Mediterranean traffic for slavery. This is a serious issue and it's a global issue. So many times there's this attempt to minimize this agenda, saying that this is a Brazilian issue. And we say that this is not true. This is a global issue that must be faced in this proportion and dimension. And I believe that in this first movements, it's important to reflect upon the types and formats of advocacy that we've been conducting. We have a great responsibility to face environmental racism, and I believe that we have many ways to do that. The first one that we've been pushing is to recognize everything that has been done concerning the Afro-descendant community, all the achievements we were able to conquer, and a- and use that as tools for the disputes that we are facing right now. So everywhere where we have the opportunity to take a stance and conduct advocacy, we talk about this need to bring back all the contributions that were developed in this process from Durban. So we are bringing back this Durban action because this is a global instrument that was agreed by civil society at a global level, the Afro-descendant community that is defending the different treatments needed to bridge this gap. And the states must commit to face racism. And Durban brings many important contributions that give us many tools concerning the fight against environmental racism. As a collective and at COP, it's important to bring the experiences we have in Brazil, both concerning the complaints about what's been happening with the Black population and Black women in Brazil, but we are also talking about bringing the resistance experiences, the social technologies that we've been developing within this context of adversity, and the initiatives that have been promoted by the Black communities in Brazil, by the Black women in Brazil, that are at the forefront in the defense of their communities. So this is a very important space. This discussion moment is very important to us. I believe that COP28 is a great learning. And here I noticed that we've been occupying several different spaces to face and conduct advocacy that encompasses this process of organizing ourselves as a network, interacting with other countries, with civil society from other countries, strengthening the civil society that is Afro-descendant, but we've been occupying other spaces that are key and had been denied to us, the negotiation spaces. So we must influence the documents and the norms that are going to define the environmental policies globally for each one of the countries. But we've been following up these negotiation spaces. And once more, we are facing this invisibility of this Afro-descendant community. In some of the documents, we find indigenous communities being mentioned. They are not much mentioned, but they are mentioned. But concerning the Afro-descendant community, we are invisible. So we believe that uh, disputing this narrative in the context of political advocacy is a key strategy, because we are not in the documents and the guidelines that are going to establish the policies at global and national level. We don't exist. And for that to happen, we must be in the decision spaces. We must inform the scenarios where our communities are. We must bring all this experience and complaints and demand that our needs are incorporated within this process from the perspective of humanizing and racializing this climate agenda. So these are my initial remarks. Hello, thank you so much. That's it. A round of applause. Thank you, Leticia, for your first speech, and then we're going to be back to debate with you. You could tell us about this process of following up the negotiations and how racism is manifesting in these places. Now we will give the floor to Josmar Filho, geographist, and he's a doctoral student at the Federal Fluminense Federal University. Gilmar has been following up climate conferences, and we wanted to listen from you, Josmar, about your initial remarks. I will try to control your time. You have 10 minutes, okay? Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good night, good evening. Since we are at COP and at the center of the world, so I will self-describe. I'm Josmar Filho. I'm a black cis man. I have dreads and I'm wearing glasses. I wear white every day. And on the background, we have a blue panel written Brazil at COP28. It's important for us to recover this process, Pedro, about the topic of environmental racism in climate conferences. And it's important to understand how we're building this thought of a Black global community. So how can we work with this global perspective on a Black community from experiences, from what we've been thinking about our sovereignty in different territories and in a global way. So what is the sovereignty topic that we want to discuss, so that we don't speak about racialization as if it's not established. The racialization exists in the Paris Agreement, and it's a racial uh, dispute on sovereignty in the countries. We are not discussing on how the countries are taking care about their populations within their territories, but their sovereignty about the survival in the planet. And this sovereignty is established in the geopolitics of racializing the world in the expropriation of uh, land, territories, people, and so on. So when we bring environmental racism to this climate agenda, and we've been establishing an agenda in the climate negotiation, both in the Brazilian territory and at UNFCCC. So this is the third COP on that we are following up, and entering and building such an agenda encompasses understanding how Brazil is discussing sovereignty. So if we do not put the agenda of Brazil as a member state part of UNFCCC to this agenda to reduce 1.5 degree in global warming up to 2030, the environmental racism agenda would be in the field of establishing a concept. But this is not a concept, this is a complaint on the accumulation of the racist agenda, and we must address this complaint. We are talking about this climate policy that advanced. We advanced in terms of mitigation, so we have uh, the scooters spread out in the world, and if it comes to Salvador, it means that the man is now living in the moon. It's so distant to us. The access to technology that was established in the Paris Agreement and the reality of Black populations who are experiencing this racialization in the last 500 years. So when we complain about racism, we have to understand the communication of the Brazilian state, the communication by the Ministry of Science and Technology for the UNFCCC, this commitment of the Brazilian state and the climate agenda. In this report that we discussed at COP21, we had goals, we had ambitions. We want to reduce 60% in carbon. We are going to reduce methane, and each component, each chemical component that are too much. So we are reducing to save who? This is the issue. Who are we going to save in this agenda? And when we say that Brazil is going to have a green economy and we see the data, I always ask, the demography says that most of the population is comprised by Black persons and women. So we must declare that this green economy is going to reach them, not only in Brazil, but I see Marina, who is following up the Global Stock Take, and I wanted to understand. We've been declaring $100 billion declared at the climate agenda. We must understand how much of this money is going to reach the global Black community. So this is the discussion here, right? And we have a goal. The Black global community must be organized to reach the global objectives on adaptation. And this is our agenda at COP. We must declare what we want to eliminate environmental racism. And we need to declare that as this Black global agenda to reach the Durban Declaration. We and the gender declaration. I see Angela here as well. We have the Social Biodiversity Convention, and we must declare what is the agenda that is reaching the global Black community. Otherwise, we are going to discuss the agenda on racism. Look at this room and look at the next room. Racism for us is a stratification of territories and people. And we are in the Brazilian hub experiencing the stratification of territories. We have two rooms here. If you leave this place, if we want to take this panel to the other room, we are going to generate a shock between the city of Salvador with and the city of Paribe. So this is this discussion at COP, and environmental racism must be included in this agenda. So our call is that to eliminate crime, we have to advance with the global climate goals. This is the agenda that we must discuss. Thank you so much, Giosma. We are going to ask other questions for you in the future. for us to talk about this subject, I'd like to call Jaiane Santos, who is a Black young woman from the periphery of Alagoas. She's an activist on climate and racial issues, and she's part of Engajamundo group, and she is a creator at on racial literacy. The word is yours. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon. I will self-describe. I'm a Black woman, light complexion. I have blue braids, and I'm I'm also called a climate girl. And Alagoas is facing environmental racism. Maceió, the city of Maceió, is sinking. It's a Brazilian capital. On November 23, the population of a poor peripheral neighborhood had to leave their homes facing police violence because the neighborhood is sinking, and we were forced to leave. While Pinheiro neighborhood, a noble neighborhood, they were put in hotels with all the assistance, and our population is been moved to houses and completely abandoned. It's been 5 years we've facing this situation, five neighborhoods being affected and no answers. The media has not been covering that properly. Nothing is done when we talk about that, about what we face. Braskem, a mining company that this destroyed the neighborhood due to the mining there. And Braskem is here at COP, and the population at Maceió is facing the chaos. And we are talking about a Black population from five peripheral neighborhoods, and it's a vulnerable population, and the Brazilian government is not doing anything. It's not providing assistance. It's we've been facing that for 5 years in seven neighborhoods. People had to abandon their houses, and they work hard to build those houses. And we must question that. What about our pain, our lives? Are they worthless? What about the population at Maceió? And nothing has been done in 5 years. And that's it for now. Thank you, Jaiane. We will talk more about breast can later on about what's happening, because this is something that is triggering this discussion, and environmental racism is very present there. Now we are going to invite our online guest, Angela Gomes, forest engineer, doctor in ethical botanics from the Federal University in Minas Gerais. She's a professor and subsecretary of Civil Defense at the city of Contagem in Minas Gerais. Angela, the floor is yours. I will try to control your time so that we can open to the audience for some questions from the audience. That's it, Angela. Good morning. I know it's very early in Brazil. Good morning, good afternoon to you. I'm very honored, and at the same time, I have this great responsibility to be here in this discussion table, because when we talk about environmental racism, Brazil is a reference, because this is the country that has hijacked the most Africans in the world. And we don't have in the history of humanity a forced migration that was so huge. When we talk about adaptation and expositions to risk, of climate change, we have this reference of Brazil as a model. that could reproduce and worse this problem. So we bring two things that must be discussed here. Internationally, we should discuss about disasters, because when we talk about disasters, we have to talk about prevention, protection, response, and reconfiguring of settings. The greatest disaster in humanity was the hijacking of African people. So when we talk about adaptation, we cannot forget that it's only possible for the human being to be where they are due to climate adaptation. We are talking about people from the savannah, from the forest, from the cerrado, who were hijacked and brought to Brazil. Therefore, when we speak about environmental racism, we are saying that the environmental risks are not equally distributed. We are talking about this ecological history on Earth that is hand in hand with uh, environmental justice and Eurocentrism. So we must discuss reparation because the damages to these populations must be discussed as well. We also have to mention that within all these changes, all the climate change that we face ahead, racism is a redesign of climate change. When we provide examples of hair, when you say that someone has a proper hair and someone doesn't have a proper hair, this is a discourse that naturalizes violence. And naturalizing violence is something that we see day to day in the world. So we must talk about those environmental displacements. The great uh, example is about the peoples who were removed from Africa. And from these peoples, we come to the current displacements. Within Brazil and in the world, those climate displacements, they were connected to drought, they were connected to floodings. And what's happening to these adaptations is that they are being expelled due to this social environmental injustice. We have injustice on land concentration, on racism that says that we don't have a place to live, and in the technocrat decision concerning where we are going to have the enterprises with greater uh, environmental impact that is always within the vulnerable communities, Black communities. So we have to talk about this environmental technocracy in favor of this discourse, a racist discourse, and a discourse that is disregarding the agents who cause this environmental racism. When we talk about carbon sequestration, this is another capitalist strategy to capture the biological essence in the world. So a plant is only a plant because it sequestrates carbon. So this is a discourse to cover that the technological model, which is capitalist, polluting, and racist, because this technological model is not neutral. There's no neutral technology, and the interpretation of climate is not uh, neutral. The climate has uh, reached a balance in 2 million years. And now we are talking about this recent change with industrial revolution. For the African world, we are talking about uh, 400 years, 1400 years. So this change must be considered, and we must discuss who are the environmental displaced and who are exposed to risk And what are the measures and the negotiations? To what point reformist negotiations that are not facing the real causes and they are not willing to shift the model? We shouldn't create new discourses favoring the green capitalist that is favoring a warlike model to eliminate Black people in the world. And we can't deny that those who are conservating more, who is guaranteeing the thermal comfort in the world are the poor population. These Africans are bringing to Brazil a model of ecological agriculture, which is diverse, that considers that nature is sacred and has limits, that the management should be connected to climate. So I won't bring a plant from the winter territories, from the cold territories, because it's going to bring diseases. So we have to talk about this technological model. We have to talk about this consumption model that is selling consumerism as if it would recover our human rights and is also favoring this unlimited growth with a greater consumption of water and the elimination of the sustainability in the planet. And we have to talk about civilization model because this civilization model is still based on this idea that we have this European and warlike matrix as a manager and organizer of the way how we are going to deal with climate change. And we are under this same threat. We are saying that this crisis called ecological crisis, this climate crisis, must be discussed and must bring these three axes. What is the technological models that we are going to use in an integrating matrix that is valuing biodiversity and valuing cycles? And when we talk about consume models, we are not talking about this um, these products which are produced to last for less a period, to last for fewer years.
Elas vão sendo engolidas por macrotecnologias.
We have social technologies that are being uh, used by the dams from minings, and I'm talking to about Minas Gerais, and we had this dam that broke that killed over 200 people. And we cannot say that this civilization model from this European matrix is not good enough. But we are going to talk about that because when you talk about loss and damage, we are talking about reparation. It's not enough to talk about the climate reconfiguration. We have this historic debt. If it's not paid to the traditional communities, the Black communities in the country will still be vulnerable when in reality they are exposed to a situation of international violence. So facing climate change is also facing this technological model that is bringing the weapon industry over the life industry. And I'm an environmental engineer, and yes, technology has a side. And we are able to use technologies that can diminish the environment temperature in 20 degrees, and we have this model, this current model, that is only increasing the temperature. So when we talk about environmental justice, we are demanding not only reparation, but we are demanding that this model is not enough. It's not enough to transfer to
Preciso frear essa ideia de transferir para os países pobres os impactos ambientais do primeiro mundo. Sequestro de carbono é algo a ser não só questionado como algo que deveria ser
that is brought by the developed world. and we should discard this model. So this first world country can still emit greenhouse gases because they are paying for the 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 monocultures here destroying the cerrado in the third world. So this royalty and this carbon market is sustained in the same market that has sold our bodies. Now is selling oxygen. And the gas that is competing the most is the CO2. And who is able to confer CO2 to transform CO2 into oxygen are the plants. So we have to talk about climate crisis, this technological model, and also environmental justice from the reparations to the people who are in the African diaspora. Thank you, Angela.
Bom, pessoal, a gente... Oi, 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 oi.
É o áudio dele. Oi, oi, oi. Ficou bom isso?
Oi, oi. Tá bom.
Musiquinha aqui pra café.
It's kind of cool, right? A song from Brazil.
Liberou a pista. Acabou a alegria.
Agora foi.
Foi. Aí, voltou. Bom, pessoal,
Now we're back. We had this first round. Before I start questioning and asking questions, I'd like to highlight the coverage at copy from Galades and Alma Preta, and also our colleagues from Media Ninja and Sueli Carneiro. It's important to follow up the coverage by independent media and social groups. And I'd like to greet Mateus Gomes, a representative from the state of Rio Grande do Sul, who has been facing many flooding problems in the state. And I'm going to ask questions to the members of the table. So, Leticia, you talked about environmental racism and how it manifests with this invisibility of Black people in the negotiations. I'd like to ask you to give more examples on that, because this invisibility is a cruel representation. So how can we participate with more weight in the negotiations so that we can improve, so that our demands can emerge in the documents, in the agreements? Hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Great question, Pedro. This is the scenario, unfortunately. We are totally invisible as Black communities in the negotiation spaces. We've been conducting advocacy internationally, and I'm going to give you an example of what we were able to achieve in the Sustainable Development Agenda. These are agendas that we must dialogue, this climate agenda and this sustainable development agenda. And it's important to mention at first that all these processes are not happening in the events. The definitions are not happening in the high level political forum and at COP. There is a previous process that is decisive for what's going to happen, for the decisions during the event. So this construction of this previous advocacy is paramount for us to reach our objectives. Concerning the Sustainable Development Agenda, we had a lot of advocacy with the foreign affairs the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We went to Brasilia. We handed them this document. We wanted that document to be incorporated in the negotiations and documents within this process in this UN system. What is not within their language doesn't exist. So disputing this narrative is a very efficient narrative to be present. So we had advocacy with this Brazilian government, and we also had advocacy with other delegations. So we knocked on the doors of different embassies to understand what are the countries that are more sensible to discuss this topic that could reinforce our demands. It's important to understand that as civil society, we must demand, not only for Brazil when we talk about this global agenda. And from then on, we, at the last high-level political forum, we were able to approve a paragraph in this political declaration concerning facing racism. Up until today, in this sustainable development agenda, we didn't have a single paragraph in this negotiation that is defining policies and so on. We didn't have a single paragraph speaking about racism. And in this last document, we have this paragraph. It's talking about racism, inequalities, and facing this xenophobia. And from then on, we have a document to say that says that we must face racism in this sustainable development agenda. So there's no sustainable development without facing racism. If we don't consider that, we are talking about this green gentrification, but we are not talking about sustainable development. So what we've been trying to do at COP is the same movement. We've been conducting advocacy in the Brazilian delegation. We've been articulating to follow up the different document developments. We have this association on gender and climate, and it's a great challenge because within this process, we have to deal with the state interests, and we know that they are not committed with our interests. So what happens is that this specific discussion is discussing operational issues, trying to delay the deadline concerning climate, racism, and gender. So we miss this opportunity to discuss what's interesting to us. So we need this document that is going to build this action plan, and we need to mention Afro-descendant women. So we are advocating so that that could emerge. It seems simple, but if there's a single word speaking about Afro-descendant women, this is a game changer because the plan could be uh, in line with the changes that we want to make. So civil society must occupy this environment. It's a hostile environment. It's a bureaucratic environment. The documents are not accessible. Everything is in English. The negotiation room is cold, and we have to face all of that to be able to take a stance and guarantee that we have a document that can provide this possibility of strengthening more and more our claims within this logic of the UN system. So that's what I'd like to highlight in an objective way, and I'm available for us to move on with this conversation later on. Thank you so much, Leticia. I think that we have this task to try and tune our articulation so that we can conduct advocacy in a quality manner in the climate conferences in an organized way. I'd like to ask Giosmar, because you enhance this climate discussion, because many times it seems that the climate and environment discussion is far from this political and, and economic discussion. And when we think about approving something, we think about adaptation, mitigation, and it seems that it's necessary to accept the market god, some so to speak. And the organization of the Brazilian space has a segregation, as you mentioned. In the last issues during Jair Bolsonaro's administration, we had agribusiness and industry in sponsoring this conference, and this is very present, articulating the Brazilian space. So I wanted you to talk about your perception. What are the limits? And is there a possibility to negotiate the climate agenda with the market? And what are the limits for that? I'm going to talk about you, and I'm going to be impolite, but I'm going to ask Oxalá Orisha because he's an old Orisha and we can escape. Uh, we are we are within this UMF triple C. So we are discussing within this context. So the Aleta movement in this history, and I'd like to include Leticia in this discussion. The Black movement has built an incredible agenda within the UNFCCC. And we're here today because we were able to build this agenda. So there's a journey that we experienced to get here. Because the UNFCCC 3 years ago at Glasgow was as cold as Glasgow. So we built upon this movement. So Aleta institution was the first institution outside the Southeast axis, being a permanent observer at UNFCCC, and it's the first one from the northeast of Brazil. So I'm mentioning that because for us to challenge this field that is concerning the SDGs, and we must bring the SDGs from the last report on adaptation by IPCC that is relating the SDGs and the climate policies. And to get to the market, we have to consider the agendas impacting that. So Angela talked about the carbon market. I could spend the rest of the day talking to Angela because the carbon market is such that Brazil has launched a package on that, and the sovereignty of the country is at the service of the market to be the new colony. This is colonization, you know? But how to discuss that in a deep way? Because at this precise moment, we have some points to discuss. And we are negotiating right now at the UNFCCC agenda how we are going to have this 5-year global stock take on the market. And our role is to build an agenda that is able to bring what was invisible before, how the market has open, has operated the reforestation, and we must differ that from planting native trees. What is this economy of reforestation and what is recovering the Atlantic forest? When we speak about this policy of the market, how can we deal with the Amazon outside of this global capital from the market and treat the Amazon as a sovereignty of the Brazilian people? And that shouldn't be a conversation on governance. This must be a conversation from the society because the Atlantic forest was destroyed due to that. And nobody speaks about the Atlantic forest. And no, and Pedro was talking about the Cerrado, and there's this sovereignty issue. We must issue the Amazon, but Caatinga has sustainable the renewable renovations in Brazil with the dams and the mining that is bringing the renewable energy for the Brazil and the world. And it's in the Caatinga, and it shouldn't be at the service of a new colonization. And we must have dialogues such as this one because this engage the impact on the black population. We have racism that is uh, deciding the access to goods and services in the nation. And Angela talked about technology. Our technologies were able at the disposal of the nation, but how can we use our technologies to be at the service of the goods in the nation? It's a different movement. And the Paris Agreement for us as a Black population, and I'd like to invite you to to fight with us because we have to talk about the African group. We must talk to them. We must talk to the people who is talking about their land and their matrix. They are defending agriculture, sovereignty, food safety, and we must talk to them. So we also should mention the right to land. The right to land that is being negotiated is to recover the economy of those who destroyed everything and are willing to become green and move on with their economy now getting profit from this green economy. How can access to land be important to the Quilombo movement? That doesn't mean uh, registering this Quilombo territory. This is a different discussion, but it's an economy. And the Afro-descendant technology is establishing sustainability in the planet. Just to wrap up, what we are saying when we talk about adaptation is precisely an agenda that we must build as as an African population and Afro-descendant population. If the main agenda on adaptation is to get to 2030 saying that 4 billion people are not longer in climate vulnerability, to be resilient. And we are at the same place. So we must develop this kind of movement because the Paris Agreement to us with Article 7, that's what we must discuss. If the market doesn't want to discuss Article 7, we must discuss it because we can find the agenda that is concerning the tornadoes, hurricanes, and the drought that we see in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And we can find pathways for dialogue there. So this is the point. I don't know if I answered your question, but since I'm going to leave, I should mention that. Thank you. Thank you, Jasmar. You answered very well. Jayane, you talked about the situation you've been experiencing. Jamar, you may leave if you wish, and we are going to follow on with the conversation. Jayane, you talked about breast cancer situation, and you've been participating with this great young group called Engajamundo, and we have other young groups within this climate conference. And I wanted you to talk about this articulation of young people to to bring advocacy on this climate agenda. How do you organize yourselves as a network to discuss what's being discussed in this climate conference?
Agora foi, ó. Eu acho que como todo mundo tem falado para as juventudes, e principalmente para as juventudes
For the youth,
do Global
and
Sul, é
especially
uma
at the
luta
Global
constante,
South,
né?
We face many difficulties. I come from the Palmares territory, and we insist in being in these spaces because our lives are at risk. So we must be in this space. We are bringing young groups from different realities in Brazil, from the northeast of Brazil, and I must be in this space. It's very hard for me to be here. I don't speak English. It's a horrible environment. Everything is horrible because they don't consider us, this Black youth, in these decision-making spaces. And it's very hard for us to follow up. But speaking about my reality, if I'm not here to speak and push on this topic, we won't advance. And the environmental movement must get racialized because, and this has been happening because the Black movement is in these different spaces. If we were not here, it would take much longer for us to talk about issues such as Braskem sinking an entire community in Brazil. And we've been pushing on that for 5 years. And no big organization is talking about that. And I think this is an absurd. We have an entire capital sinking. So we must shout out. And that's what we have to do to denounce what's happening. And it's very hard for the youth to be in these spaces, but this is necessary. We must talk about these issues because this is what we experience. Maybe some technical terms are hard for us to understand, but we know how to speak. This is something that we experience. So it's very hard for the youth, but we are going to insist and resist. We are going to be in different spaces, making noise and occupying different spaces. And that's it.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much,
Muito obrigado, Jaiane. Muito obrigado pela
Jayane,
participação. Acho que é bem
for
importante a
your
gente chamar
words. It's very
essas
important
agendas
to
até
have
para
this call for the
que
Braskem
organizam
agenda.
justamente
It's important
essa
for
agenda
civil society
e
to
a gente
organize itself
trabalhar
because the
junto
capital is sinking
nos
and it's a
espaços
company that is
federais.
participating in this climate conference
Ângela,
using the space from the
aproveitando
federal
o
government.
gancho do que foi dito,
Angela,
você que é a
considering
subsecretária
what was said,
de
you,
Contagem
who
da
are
cidade de São Paulo,
Subsecretary of Civil
além
Defense in the city
de
of
citar as
Contagem,
ações que
I
foram
wanted
tomadas,
to hear from you.
principalmente em São
Besides
Paulo, a gente
Braskem
viu
case,
luzes
recently in
em
São
São
Paulo,
Paulo.
we've
E
seen
aí,
the lights, the
o
power
representante da Enel na Assembleia Legislativa de São Paulo, ele quando foi questionado, ele
of,
disse
we have this
que a Enel
outage
praticamente
of
tem
power,
responsabilidade sobre isso. Então,
and
aquilo foi um
the
exemplo
mayor of São Paulo
para
said
sermos
that Enel
investidos
has
para
no
frente
responsibility because
nesses
it was an
espaços
extreme event.
estratégicos do movimento
So
social,
this,
que
these,
aí
these
diante da
companies are trying to exempt
participação da
themselves from
população. Então,
responsibility.
para mim, o
So
espelho
profit
seria
for
como
me and
você
expenses for the public
que
power.
você acha
So
dessa
I would
situação
like to
e
know
que
what you
agenda
think
você
about the
propõe
situation and what we
para
can
que
do as
tenha
social
esse
movements to
cenário.
hold these companies accountable
É,
with these different
respondendo,
scenarios.
eu vou, inclusive como
Pessoal, abre da
professora, né?
Ângela aí, por favor.
Tá,
As a
tá me ouvindo?
professor, can you hear me?
Estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
Estamos ouvindo,
É,
Ângela.
Yes, we can.
eu vou só parar aqui a projeção. Para essa resposta, eu vou
I
falar
I would like to
sobre o
respond
imaginário do
by
desastre
speaking about
naturalizado, mas eu queria
disasters,
colocar primeiro que
and I'd like to
a
say
Defesa Civil hoje,
that the
na
civil defense
sociedade
today,
contagem de um governo de
where I
esquerda,
work in the city
progressista,
government of
tem
Contagem,
colocado
we have the social
especificamente no
administration,
atual
socialist administration,
mas
and
eu
these
escolhi
disasters are
para
not
apresentar
natural.
pedir
And
bênçãos
I'd
majores
like to introduce myself.
e aos
I
membros
would
da
like to ask
alcaldia
for the
que
blessing of
os
the
estados isolam
elder
pessoalmente
because I'm
de
a
maneira
black woman
igual
and
aqueles
I
que
wear this black
permaneceram
power
sem
here.
conta
I
E aí,
am sitting at this table with this uh,
acho que tem alguma
colorful
tecnologia
background and this
que eu vou
blue
fazer uma
wall
apresentação
behind me.
rápida de onde a gente
I'm
está.
going to
E principalmente porque o princípio é esse, né? Os desastres
show a slide
e elas não
on
serem naturais,
disasters because
a
they are
gente
not natural
consegue.
disasters.
Acho que todos.
We
Onde é que
know
esse
that.
slide anda, né? Tá dando para ver?
Can you see the slide?
Sim? Tá dando para ver e ouvir?
Can you see that?
Sim.
Yes.
De onde a gente fala, a gente quer no Brasil, a gente está aqui em um
In Brazil,
que ele tem
we
250
are in this
pontos de
municipality
risco,
with
geoprocessamento,
250 risk
e
areas
um
concerning
município que tem
geology and
60%
hydrology.
negro.
And we are in a
Então,
municipality whose population is
aqui no
60%
Brasil,
Black. And
a
this
gente
municipality within Brazil
onde a gente quis incidir para o enfrentamento
has taken some
e
assumptions to
essa
face
necropolítica.
climate racism. So we face this necropolitics.
O
Can you
enfrentando
hear
essa
me?
necropolítica,
And facing this
se dá
necropolicy
conhecendo e reconhecendo esse território. E essa
happens by
cartografia,
recognizing this territory with this
cartografia,
risk
essa
cartography.
cartografia de risco me fala risco geológico,
And
risco
this risk
hidrológico,
mapping is talking about
risco ao
hydrological
qual vamos
risk,
fazer a
geological
gestão
risk, and
para
social
escolher
risk.
quem vive e quem vai morrer.
We cannot choose
É
who is
usar
going to live and who is going to
declaração
die.
ambiental.
We have to use
Quem
different
sabe de
techniques to
declaração
reach
ambiental, você já,
racial
todos que
justice
estão aqui já sabem
and
o conceito
environmental
disso.
justice.
Mas
And you know
conta para
about
gente, como é que
this
vocês
concept
entraram
of
nas lutas do movimento
environmental
desde
racism.
um momento da
And this
história
concept was
em que
forged in the fight
houveram
of the Black
essa consciência
movement.
cartesiana de querer
We cannot
separar a
separate
questão técnica
the
dessa
technical
questão
issue from the political
das
issue
transformações
and
físicas
the
do planeta.
physical transformations
Eu falei
of
dos
the planet.
deslocados ambientais,
I've talked about the
que a gente
environmental
assume
displacements
quando a gente vê
and our
essas
assumption when
empresas
we
nesse
see the
território,
different companies in
de
different
maneira
territories
linear,
is that the
ela
racial
vai ocorrendo por
discrimination is
força
going to
de
happen
formas
in
na
different
tradução do
forms.
miojo. Ela vai ocorrendo
It's going
quando
to
a gente
happen
inicialmente apresenta
when we
um
sanction the
dispositivo
presence of
nuclear
poisons
nas
and
comunidades
pollutants that are
afrodescendentes,
they're
é na
threatening the
decisão
Afro-descendant
das
communities
novas
in the
indústrias
decisions
mais
where to
poluidoras
place the
com o
most
discurso de
polluting
desenvolvimento,
companies
na
with
presença
this
de outros
discourse of
povos. Ou
development.
seja, uma
In
base
reality,
dele que seja só crescimento, ele não é
development is seen as
exclusão ou
growth,
escolha
and
de
this
um
is
povo.
not development.
Outra coisa
This
que
is
eu acho que
exclusion and
traz
choosing
essa
a side.
discussão
And something
dos
else that is
desastres, que
bringing
eles não são
to
naturais,
this discussion of disasters
foram
because
os maiores
they are not natural
poluidores
disasters.
do planeta. Então,
Those who
quando eu
pollute the
enfatizo
most are the
ambiente
rich
e eu
ones.
sou enfática nessa luta por
And
essa
the
narrativa
first
de redução de
world
carbono, porque
countries
os países que mais emitem CO2
use this
são
carbon
os mais
sequestration
pobres,
narrative. And I'm
né?
against that
Eles
because they have their white
conseguem
skins,
sequestrar, porque branco não são,
light
então CO2.
complexions.
Então, o CO2,
So CO2
esses países são os responsáveis por 50% do carbono que eles emitem e que não é o
is
carbono da
issued
deforestação,
by
é
the
o
rich
monóxido de
countries. They're
carbono
responsible
por
for
serem
more than
dissolvidos no
50%
solo,
of the carbon in
né?
the atmosphere.
E esse risco
CO2,
é maior
methane,
porque
and this
quando a gente fala
discourse is
de
even worse
tratar
because
do
when we talk
nível
about
da
who is bringing the
destruição,
profits of this
o nível da
destruction, and
destruição
these
vem do
profits
seu discurso de
come
distribuição.
with the pseudo
Quem são
discourse of
os
distribution, and we
vítimas?
have to
Por
observe
isso eu
the
acho que
international victims. That's
essa
why I
luta
believe that
é
environmental
internacional. E
racism
ela vai se
is an
manifestar
international
de maneira
struggle,
internacional.
and it's
E
going to happen at
internacionalmente,
international
você faz
level.
parte do movimento
I'm part
internacional das
of this
mulheres,
international
dentro do
movement
movimento
of
negro,
women
e
within the
aqui,
unified
muitas vezes
Black
a gente
movement,
fala que
and
as
I'm able to
desigualdades
state that the
históricas,
consequences
elas
of
são
this
racializadas,
historic
elas colocam as
inequality, they are
mulheres
racialized.
marginalizadas.
And
Porque
the
são elas
vulnerable communities
as áreas mais vulneráveis para a gente residir. E
are
se
more and
você...
more
Oi,
vulnerable. Angela, please wrap up
do tempo aqui do horário, tá?
because we are out of time.
No racismo, a gente sabe,
So
seja ele geológico, seja ele
we
hidrológico,
have
relações,
geological racism, hydrological
então,
uh,
eu vou passar
racism, and
por que tanta
murders.
preocupação com a Amazônia? Se eu não
So I'm
puder
going
falar
to
agora porque
advance.
meu tempo esgotou, é porque
My time is up, but we are
é
concerned.
é porque dentro da Amazônia,
We're not concerned with the forest. Within the Amazon, we have 1% of the fresh water in the world. And within the Amazon, we have 15% of the world geodiversity. So beyond the climate issue, if we don't face mining within the Amazon, it's the same as not facing the monopoly and trade of water that is coming with it. Why are they interested in the Cerrado? Because we have 5 million species in that region, and the pharmaceutical industry is interested on that. Why is the sequestration not of carbon, but of rights and lives? Because the Cerrado is being destroyed to establish monocultures that is selling their royalties to the industry to authorize this polluting model. And at the end, what we are going to get is a great desert, a green desert. And we must discuss the Black Atlantic. This Black Atlantic is all this flow of knowledge that were established in Brazil, in our territory, that guarantee that the third world countries are having this meta-biodiversity, ecofeminism, and well-being. So when we talk about sustainable solutions in the nature, we have to recognize this ethnobotanics, this ethnomedicine, and we're not talking about uh, resistance. We are talking about this different model that is going to face the warlike models. These models are going to say that disasters must have a policy that is welcomed internationally. So we have people adapting to the desert areas, but when Caatinga and deserts are transformed into monocultures and extracted for the profit, when we talk about the impact of hydropower plants, 40 million people are displaced. And who are going to host them? Well, they are vulnerable. And we have this role to end this unequal way of occupying land. So I'm going to wrap up by saying that for us who work with international disasters, we must have a policy of welcoming. Why are people living close to the areas who are going to change? And we are going to destroy Venice and the Netherlands because we are going to expel these people. So we must have this welcoming policy, and we must recognize that we have all these risks added, and we must have mobilization and awareness because disasters require reconfiguring scenarios, and this reconfiguring will only happen with policies. And they are redesigned within the Black movement. The Black movement has redesigned, not in the last 4 years, we've been redesigning these historic adaptations. That's why we have this African worship territories, and uh, we must have a new design in urban territories. The white urbanists have destroyed, and the white agronomists have poisoned the world, and that's it. We have to face it ahead, and we must thread these pathways. We must have solutions, and we must recognize that nature-based solutions are based in the African matrix that were brought by the diaspora. I'm sorry, Angela, that I had to cut you, but we have time constraints. I'd like to thank you for coming to this roundtable and the organization mentioned in the beginning.
E é isso, pessoal. Acho que a gente sai com um monte de
And
tarefa.
that's it. We have many tasks, many demands to follow up, and we must exercise pressure in the next days. That's it. Thank you.
Aqui, já saiu da transmissão. Vou fechar essa sala já.
Boa tarde a todas as pessoas
Good
presentes.
afternoon, everyone. We're going to start our panel. I'm Denise. I'm a light black woman. I'm wearing braids to one side. I'm wearing an off-white suit, and I'm wearing a t-shirt where you can read in Portuguese, Black Voices for Climate. I am member of the Ibura Collective from the state of Pernambuco, and I'm also a member of the network Black Voices for Climate, who's helping organize this panel. And now, during COP28, our network, Black Voices for Climate, is launching a report for a climate agenda that is anti-racist and written by Black women. So we wrote an open letter to all Black women all over the world. And you see the story of the 11 leaders that are part of this network. They come from different parts of Brazil. We have quilombolas, women who work with traditional communities, fisher women that fish in fresh waters in the sea. And so you have a really diverse group of women who are differently affected by environmental racism. And this is one of the principles of our network, understanding that environmental racist and environmental crisis affects directly Black women, but in different ways.
Considerando essa diversidade de
And
territórios,
we have to take that diversity of territories and experiences into consideration. So our report tells a bit of our story, but also points to ways of overcoming that from the perspective of these Black women who live in their respective territories. And there are building technologies and passing on ancestral knowledge. So we wrote also an open letter called Nothing About Us Without Us, which is about facing climate change in Brazil from the perspective of Black women. So we're really happy to have everyone here, willing to hear what we Black women have to say and how we are situated in this space. So I'll soon hand over the floor to our panelists. Each one of us will have 5 minutes to speak about 2 questions. I need help in blocking this mobile, please.
Então, vou começar passando a palavra para a Luciana
So I'll hand the floor to Luciana de Oliveira, who's member of a group of Fundão e Regência Augusta. She's an anti-racist activist. She is an advocate for rights of people affected by landslide and broken dams and vulnerable people. She's a member of the Rebel Council. She is a coordinator of a music band, and she is also a representative of dialogue and social control initiatives. So, Luciana, I'd like to start from you and hear what you have to say about the organization of Black women in their territories. So we'd like to know about the reality of your territory. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very good to be here. So I'm an Afro-Indigenous woman. I'm wearing makeup. I'm wearing golden earrings and a white T-shirt with the logo of our network, which is Black Voices for Climate. So answering your question, I would say that our struggle of women is connected to our ancestors. Earlier, Indigenous Chief Samia said that being here was not an individual experience, but a collective process. So women have a history of um, taking stances. So in my state in 1999, we had the building of the Doce River Dam. The river was inserted in a quilombola community of fishermen and fisherwomen, and the course of the river was altered to irrigate cocoa and eucalyptus plantation of company Suzano. In 2013, they had to pay a fine, and in 2014, you had a similar event, and then we had a collapse of the dam that affected socially vulnerable areas where you have indigenous tribals, quilombos, and riparian and marginalized communities. And the community was never allowed to participate or perform any form of social control. So we are here in this space of struggle, not because of anything other than our collective policy, because what brings us together in where I come from is the effective union caused by the need to be present in this space where we take on the struggle. Black women, very early in their lives, they need to understand their place because they need to understand that the body of her female ancestors were violated. And now we have reached this point to stop being invisible. We got together based on affection, but also to overcome this invisibility that is imposed to us by this capitalist neoliberal system. So it's an insurgence and an act of resistance. In closing, I would like to mention the issue of health, because the bodies of Black women are forgotten. And this brings us back to an article of the Constitution that states that healthcare is a universal right and a duty of the government. And in our report, the 12th point is about just that. So it's a universal right and a duty of the government, but we, Black women, we Black people, do we really have access to healthcare that consider our specificities, the way we live? No, we don't have any of that. And the situation gets even worse when the environmental impacts affect our communities because of the contamination of water, of food, of the air. So, and we need to give names to who does that. So there is a decimation policy because raping our bodies is no longer enough, making us invisible is no longer enough, killing young Black marginalized youngsters is no longer enough to them. Now they are planning to kill our children. The UN has recently issued a report that says that environmental impacts will have a direct effect in the development of our children. And so our way here was like a mosaic. You have the woman who's a warrior, who's a mother, who struggles, who who needs to breastfeed, who needs to take care of the house, who needs to look good. So it's very fragmented. But we have glued those pieces together because we are willing to make decisions and to occupy the space. Because to us, Black women, well, we won't have other voices defending our interests. We need to participate in decision making, and this is one of the proposals of the Black Voices Network. And I think we have to start converging in a huge collective to accomplish that. Thank you very much, Luciana. You're talking about a journey of struggle that lasted years until we were able to effectively make decisions that will affect your lives and your territory. So now I'll give the floor to Marielle Crisóstomos, who's a quilombola from the state of Tocantins. She's also a journalist. She's the executive coordinator for the state division for quilombola communities. And she also the presenter of a podcast. She's a human rights activist, quilombola rights activist, an activist against environmental racism, fights exploitation by agribusiness and mining activities that started acting there and thus going against the convention, international agreements. And so I'll give you the floor now and ask you to talk a bit about how women organize in their territories to fight climate change and its effects. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. Well, I am also a member of this collective of women, of Quilombola women, and being here speaking on behalf of Quilombola women to other women sometimes gives me the feeling that we're still talking about something that is at the beginning, but our bodies go beyond this physical structure and include the whole extension of the territory because women are at the center of the experience that we have of life in a territory. We don't outsource care for the elderly and our children. So women are at this point of intersection between the elderly and the children, and we pass knowledge on from one to the other, but also we are parts of and aware of everything that happens in our territory because everything that happens outside of our home affects the rights and the situation of the elderly, children, and women. So when women fight for the rights of old people and children, they have their body violated in the process. So those violences against our territories are felt first by women. So when the world starts discussing the climate agenda, for us, Quilombo women, it's one more fight, one more struggle, one space of violence against us. So we fight for dignity, for school for children, healthcare for the elderly, but at the same time, we try to ensure food security, which depends on nature cycles and which affects the possibility of remaining in our territory. And this is connected to the insecurity that we face for not having our lands demarcated. My territory, well, I had to fight to have a school there, but the government refuses to do that because the area is not public and they can only open schools if the area is public. And how can we have basic healthcare units if there is the same barrier? So women, they feel this extra violence because of their constant struggle to ensure the safety and security and in their territories. So they are at the forefront and their bodies are cruelly violated. There was a research about racism violence that clearly shows how Quilombo women are often killed with lots of cruelty. We recently saw the case of Mãe Bernadette with more than 12 gunshots, 12 on her face. So we suffer this violence because the state does not ensure that we have access to our territory. Because because I don't want mining activities in my territory, I'm seen as an obstacle. Oh, the Quilombo doesn't understand the importance of this development to the city. That's what they say. And state does not talk about our protection, the protection of our territory. We have been there for over 100 years, and the state legislation in Tocantins does not include traditional peoples and communities. And the economic and development model adopted is clearly geared towards extermination. And when you talk about climate agenda, if we cannot ensure a diversity of voices in this discussion, this will be the more efficient project to exterminate the rural Black population, because energy transition includes mining, and mining is in my territory. It's much easier to have a mining company implode my territory than protecting 30 families who live there. It's much more profitable to do that. Climate change is not about us. It doesn't include us the way it's being discussed now. The agenda does not include us. So we need to discuss that. We from rural areas, we Black people, if we don't do that, they will be able to exterminate us. Wind energy is there. You have communities who are adversely affected by wind farms, and we know what happens. We are evicted from our land in the initiative, and that's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Eu acho que a própria ideia dessa. Foi? Ok. Eu acho que a própria ideia da mesa, né, da
I
gente
think the idea of having this panel, the effort involved in preparing it, of bringing us Black women to this delegation at the COP is exactly because of what you just said, because we need to have a diversity of voices. in the creation of climate policies. You can have no diversity if these several voices cannot be heard and have their place in discussions about climate change. So now I'll give the floor to Camila Aragão, who's an activist, a feminist, arts educator, and healthcare agent. She lives in Salvador, the capital of Bahia, and she's a member of the National Network of Black Women Against Violence, and also a member of the Brazil Association of Blind People and people with low vision, and also of lesbian women. So please share a bit about your experience and how Black women organize themselves in your territory to face and fight climate change. I'm Camila Aragão, and what I'd like to say is that women, they already they use technologies, and that's why we were able to survive in these territories. So they want to exterminate big companies, capitalism, and the government. They make us vulnerable and they want to exterminate us. And Black women always came up with a solution. They offer a solution when they plant, they have make vegetable gardens. I live in a protected, environmentally protected area, and we have a river there that supplies water to the city of Salvador, and it's a micro territory of global exposition. It has a bit of each of the surrounding territories, because I live in this project, this housing project, that where more than 10,000 people live. There are other similar projects around, and you have quilombos, rural areas around us, and they do not have access to water. And they have a landfill that was put there in 1987, right after they closed one of the Salvador dumps. So it's a mixture of people who exist and resist in that place without basic rights, without access to sanitation, drinking water, uh, transportation. And we have this housing project where some of these rights are met, but you see a clear difference in the same territory.
Então, essas mulheres é quem trazem
You have a diversity of situations. So the women are the ones bringing solutions.
catadoras de material reciclado.
I work with collectors of recyclable material, and they know that their existence and their work is important, and it's important that they know that they shouldn't lead a subhuman life near a dump. These people, they live in the housing project, and there is a landfill that does not comply with any social responsibility standard. It's actually the opposite that they do. You have visual pollution, you have leakage, and you have contamination of waters, you have lots of things happening. And we resist when women get together in groups to be heard, to discuss public policies for their territories. Things begin to happen because we were the ones who demanding healthcare, transportation, transportation for schools around the area. It was difficult to reach the schools from the condominium. So we, Black women from the outskirts of the cities, we already have the technologies. We need our Black voices to be heard and echoed, and we need to be present in places of power so we can teach how things should be done, because we have this ancestral technology, but they insist on exterminating us. But what our women do is they get together, they take care of each other's children, they bring up the knowledge of self-care from their female ancestors. We women can take very good care of ourselves, but unfortunately, we are under threat every single day. Even the territory where Mãe Bernadette, who was killed, lived is very close to ours, and she really didn't want to have a chemical landfill there. So you can imagine how shocking and horrible her loss was.
Gostaria de demarcar aqui que essa
I would like to say that this panel was built through several hands, CONAC, Instituto Peregun, Movement Mulheres Negras Decidem, and Abjaca, which are partner organizations and supported us in order to have this panel here today talking about the importance of Black women in spaces of power and decision-making, such as the COP. I'll now offer the floor to Rafaela Albergaria, which for more than 15 years has been advocating in the defense of human rights. She's a master in social services from UFMG. She's a leader facing violence against women under the city administration of Rio, and the co-author of the book Não Foi em Vão: Safety, Security and Inequality Inside Trains in Rio. Rafaela is a counselor for Mulheres Negras Decidem, and she is part of the Public Policy Lab on anti-racist policies and member of the 000 Coalition, Zero Deaths, Zero Emissions, and Zero Tariffs. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here with so many leaderships that are important in their territories, fighting for dignity and for quality of life. Since 2017, I've been discussing mobility policies. My cousin was killed in 2017 when she was going to college. The train closed the door on her. She was dragged by the train. Her body was left by the train tracks for more than 8 hours, and they said it was suicide because they didn't want to pay an indemnification or a redress. And when I looked for data on accidents, there were no data anywhere. There was a listing of institutions that are responsible for the services, and they said they didn't divulge any data because most of the accidents were actually suicides. I then started researching on this, wrote a book on this theme, and we were able to systematize these data and discovered that in 2018, 2 people were killed a week, run over by trains, very differently from what they said. So I understood that the way deaths are produced or the dimensions of this genocide are much larger. If we could map the dimension of genocide in the health policy, well, we all know our bodies are read as bodies that can bear pain for longer. So some women spend more than 72 hours giving birth, and whether or not we can access care has to do with the bodies where we inhabit. When we observe cities, Marina was talking about this, the place where we first feel the climate crisis are cities, and regardless of what city we're in, when we try to understand the structure of these cities, we know that there are dimensions of interdiction. There are white territories where policies are thought of as policies of freedom. And then there are black territories where policies are based on interdiction, meaning control, violence, coercion. And this is designed through mobility as well. I brought this book here, which is a book I've organized with two other co-authors. And in this book, we present a methodology to dispute city spaces from an anti-racist perspective that is sensitive to gender and class. Black women know very well the dimension of this violence to be able to circulate in the city. Women move a lot more because our movement are collective movements. We move in order to resolve our problems, our children's problems, our family problems, and we are much more impacted because public spaces are not thought for female bodies. Sometimes we have to call a man to pick us up from a bus stop, not because that guarantees safety, but because our bodies are understood as public bodies. And this is founded on the slavery. When we think about modernity and how modern geopolitics was structured, this was based on this view of barring, of prejudice, in order to produce the Americas. And the construction of legality, I mean legal construction, is thought of from a perspective of prohibition to Black bodies. When we look at colonial jurisprudence, only Europeans and their descendants were seen as citizens, and the native population of the country was more a sphere of control. So the only place where Black population and native population were understood as people was in criminal law. Not just in Brazil, but all over the world, the Black population is the most impacted with policies of prohibition, police lethality, violent deaths, and this defines our livelihoods and policies in Brazil. The impacts of the climate crisis, they develop and cause huge impacts in the peripheric areas in Brazil. There is a neighborhood in Rio called Santa Teresa. It's a historic neighborhood with lots of palaces. And there is a number of communities there, Prazeres, for example, Palé. And whenever it rains a lot, often you'll see mudslides in the favela territories, but I've never seen one of these palaces going down. And this has to do with urban structuring. The logic is we prioritize investments in areas where infrastructure is already present, in richer areas, and poor territories are the exception. They live through a logic of death. It's very important to discuss this here. We need to discuss what project needs to be implemented in Brazil, considering the climate urgency. 3 weeks ago, Brazil experienced a phenomenon of overheating in almost all cities, causing deaths. How in the previous panel, we talked about this. A lot of people got sick during a Taylor Swift concert, and a young Black girl died due to how these mega events are thought of. They follow a logic of profit, and they forbade people from coming in with water bottles in a day where thermometers were marking 59 degrees, and this girl died with bleeding in her lungs. So this is a very violent process, and it is replicated all over the city. In the city, there is a focus in central areas. Forgot your name. Camila talked about this. She talked about program Minha Casa Minha Vida, or My House My Life. This program was based on gentrification. They've moved poorer populations, mostly Black people, and sent those people to peripheral areas with no urban infrastructure around, no hospitals, no schools, no basic sanitation. And this opened up the possibility of expansion for paramilitary groups or militias, which control those populations. So, as a state, especially the Brazilian state, works in close connection with these paramilitary groups. We have been looking at the mobility policy in Rio, and it's very concerning because since last year's COP, when Lula had won the elections and went to Egypt to commit to the adaptation agenda, but including in the distribution of ministries, we don't see this commitment coming true. We are here to demand the realization of these commitments because power instances decide on whether we live or die. Brazil has been prioritizing investments and rhetoric on the preservation of standing forests. We know that is very important. And we know that we had an ultra-conservative government that broadened policies of predatory exploitation, released pesticides that decreased the quality of life of vulnerable people, especially. But we don't see this theme being part of the policies that will define climate policies. More than 50% of people live in urban territories. The decarbonization policy is centralized on the policies of mobility and transport. And in the large urban centers, most of the population are in the peripheral areas and they are responsible for 60% of emissions. We've seen a lot of managers, a lot of decision makers talking about electric buses, and this is far from resolving our demands. Buses will always have to deal with the issue of areas that are prohibited for certain people. A person that spends an hour and a half in a bus to go somewhere, we lose more than a month a year commuting to work. We lose quality of life. So we lose quality of life. And when we put ourselves in this process, we face violence. I've been threatened since March. My house, the house of my family were involved with guns, and they were there to kill us. They wanted to kill us because we've been able to whistleblow on the mafia relationship between these paramilitary groups and the government. I cannot go back to my territory. Mãe Bernadette, who was killed, was in a witness protection program. I am as well, or not a witness protection program, a human rights protection program. I was told to stop working, and I feel like I've lost my life due to violence. So we need to dispute the city's agenda. Because in Brazil, we live in a context that we have a huge population that is unemployed and that spends 50% of a minimum salary just with transport. That's more than 700 reais a month. That is a central debate in prioritizing peripheral and favela territories in the public budget determines life policies rather than death policies. Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize for taking so long. We will have a round of questions to talk about this participation process, and then we'll open to the public and conclude. We don't have a whole lot of time to talk about such important themes, but I'll ask for everyone to be brief so that we can exchange with people here. I will offer the floor to Luciana once again and ask her to speak a little bit about the active participation of women during the COP28. In President Lula's speech with and conversation with civil society, he said that the Brazilian delegation is 60% comprised of women. And although we know that, women's participation is not always effective in the negotiation tables and in the decision making where social and environmental policies are being defined. So I would like you to talk a little bit about how you got here, how this participation could be transformed in climate action effectively and going through anti-racism. I will ask you to be brief, please. First of all, I'd like to say you have my solidarity. Quite often, only those in this struggle knows what it takes. According to AEDO, which is an organization of women for environment and development, and they monitor the participation of women since 2011 in the COP. Since then, an agreement was signed so that we could engage women's participation in the COP. So we had the Egypt COP, which relied on 34% participation. But in 2011, the peak was 40%. So the agreement didn't change much because we had about 31 to 34% in the previous one. So we keep thinking about how we can move from a dialogue space to a decision-making space. In 2011, the minister of Rwanda, who was in the COP, she spoke about something very interesting. She said, we cannot talk about change that truly affect any change without women's participation. And this is what we live on our day-to-day. So I would like to mention Law 10634 from 2003. Everybody knows this one. We need to re-educate ourselves, and we need that public policies that are on paper actually become a reality on our day-to-day. This law talks about the mandatory teaching of Afro-descendant history and culture in public schools. This is not executed. We are only reminded in November when we talk about Black November. But when are we going to mobilize ourselves so that our history is not forgotten? And what does re-educating mean? It's not just opening up a history book. No, we need to bring our elders to the school, our popular masters, our livelihoods, our productive backyards, the study of medicinal herbs, all of these tools, so we can get here empowering our knowledge and awakening this feeling that requires us to go beyond our territory. We need to have the willingness to occupy scientific spaces. So for us to increase our participation in the COP, it's not enough to come. We need to be around the negotiation tables, and we're not there. We're here debating environmental racism. We're here sharing our experience, which a lot of you know about. But who's calling us to the negotiation table? And how many of us can join this table? I believe we need to re-educate, but not just from the European point of view, the European logic, but from our culture, our perspective. Power has always been among women. especially if you consider the matriarchal societies of Africa, women used to be responsible for the maintenance of politics, economy, knowledge, well-living or welfare, which was taken from us. And then these women are put in a situation of subservience. So we need to Afro-alphabetize our spaces.
Que nós possamos ocupar de fato o lugar de
We need
fala.
to take over this discussion without being condescending. We really need to do that. I'm sorry if I went on for too long. No, it's fine. Okay, so now I'll give the floor to Marielle so that she can also comment on what was said, because we talk about the effectiveness of anti-racist policies and inclusion of Black women in these spaces. Well, I could give so many examples here, so many reflections. And, well, thinking about what you mentioned, the presence of Black women at the COP. Well, the first COP I participated in was last year in Egypt. And I honestly didn't see any, but there could be, but any action, any diversity of leaders from the Amazon to the COP. This, we came in many women and also men, leaders from many Amazon states. This year, there was this lovely initiative from Amnesty International of bringing Black women from riparian communities, from quilombos, with their diversity of struggles, so they can take that space. So the Brazilian government, I was thinking this year about the colors we use in the credentials.
E nesse ano eu descobri a imensa
Last year, I had the yellow badge and I realized how different all the badges are. With this badge, we are allowed to enter several spaces that the yellow badge won't allow us. The yellow badge is just volume of people, but this one allows for other areas to be accessed. So our foreign relations ministry has made available more than 2,000 badges, but I have not seen any funding for these people to come here. We cannot come to the COP with just a badge. Even if it is in Belém in 2 years' time, we still have to travel. We have to have the minimum of dignity in this participation space. So we are always the quota. So whenever we talk about social movements, we take one quilombola. This is not enough. This is not acceptable. We can't have one Black person, one woman, one of each. We can discuss, we can debate, we can talk. And this is the question. But we need access conditions. Because if we're not provided these conditions, out of these 2,400 badges that were made available, are we going to have 2,400 people here? Because those who had the badge, even if they had it, they couldn't reach the COP. We can't pay for this trip. So the challenge is to guarantee the presence, but a qualified presence with debate included. Because if we can't speak, we won't be represented. Okay, we've elected this government, but yesterday I was part of a panel with several environment secretaries of several states. And one of the secretaries talked about meritocracy. The other one talked about opening up spaces for women. But do women want this space? All white women. And does this type of representation help? We have a government that we can talk to, but we can't go back to 2003, when we got happy to have a coffee in the Planalto Palace. We haven't advanced in terms of public policies, and we will die trying. The climate agenda, the discussions over mitigation, damages and losses has not been carried out based on Black people, Black women, rural Black people, and it's not focused on us. We are the sacrifice zone. We are the price to be paid for the energy transition. This is our place in this discussion, and we need to be here. We need to be here in a large quantity, in a larger diversity, and we need to demand from funders that fund for small communities. How can we get to the COP? We are not understood as people that can discuss financial spreadsheets. No one talks to us. They talk to us to talk about elaboration of projects, justifications in our territories, but whenever the financial discussion starts, they don't talk to us. Why are we not considered in these discussions? We don't speak English. The COP is English. So how are you going to the COP? So they start with a financial block, then a linguistic block, and we'll always be segregated. We cannot accept that. And for the second time, I'm here to guarantee that more come. We want more people to be here in the next COP. We need to bring these things to the discussion. A lot of people are talking about us. And they show us like we were in a zoo. This is what a quilombola looks like, but no one wants to finance us. When it comes to building a mining company, it's in Quilombo Baião that they will do that. My whole family could be killed by a dam breakage if that happens, because the state doesn't want a dialogue with us. The economic model of the state of Tocantins is agribusiness and mining. It doesn't matter against who, on top of who, that we have been there for centuries. No, we are not taken to any roundtables of discussion, and this happens everywhere. When they build wind parks in quilombola territories, the community can do little more than to just leave. And this is the model of energy transition. They've adopted hedging as a means of compensation, but no one asked us if we want to sell the carbon in our territory. The government will get there with jurisdictional hedge, and we have to accept what was decided from Europe and the United States. They have money, and we are compelled or obliged to accept. And then they create a decree to regularize the carbon market in Brazil, which is crap. Have you read it? They've approved it super quick, on the dot, because COP28 was around the corner, and they had to approve something. So in a year's time, they'll have to redo that. But in the meantime, the companies are harassing territories. Governments are harassing territories because the same governments that want us to sell hedges, they don't bring us here. There are two people speaking on the microphone, and the interpretation cannot be done. This is what they do to us every day. We have to have the right conditions to be in this debate. There must be something that is done in relation to that, and we need to assess that. Thank you very much.
Agora eu passo a palavra para Camila.
I would like to offer the floor to Camila. Can you please be brief? So when they show the little 1-minute sign, you have to finish so that we can open for questions. I can't see Marcela or the sign, so Unless you let me know, I'm gonna just carry on. I am feeling emotional because this is about us and about our lives. And when we are here, while we are here talking, some are dying. Or we can receive news that the dams burst or that one of our children has been killed. And Mari talked about it perfectly. Are we here or are we really here? What's the purpose of these visits? I am a person with disabilities, and the access is different from accessibility. You allow for access, but you don't allow for accessibility. People get into colleges, but they don't graduate due to the lack of accessibility. We have access to COP, but whatever we say is not effective. It doesn't produce results for our territories, our communities, and important decisions because we don't have accessibility. This is urgent. And we do have to occupy these power spaces. It is about us. We are the majority, the super rich who have 99%. We are the majority and we are a prepared majority. But there is a logic of segregation. It is a project, an extermination project. They've agreed to kill us, and we've agreed not to die, like was said by Conceição Evaristo. Carolina Maria de Jesus, who is a Brazilian writer, she says, Brazil will only be well governed when it's governed by someone who was hungry in life. And we can bring that to this context. I am sure that the emissions, climate change, all of that will be reduced when we are granted a voice, participation, accessibility, and respect. So we need this. This is very urgent. And Black women need to occupy spaces of power. In a previous panel, a professor talked about Paripe and Ipituba, which are suburban areas. We are here. I would like to thank the public that is here. The discussion is urgent, but we talk about us to others who are similar to us. We need to break and burst the bubble. We need to be in other power spaces, and they put us in the deposit of people that have no transportation, no health, no education. We organize our own territories. We create our livelihood, our survival technologies, and they look and think, oh, this is great. I want this. And then take us away, expel us from our territories, kill us. So we need to be present. I have hope. Djamila Ribeiro also has a very interesting sentence. 1 minute, okay. As a Black woman, she says, I don't want to be an object of study. I want to be a subject in the research, meaning I want to be a protagonist in the research. When we talk about health, people are dying. 41 degrees is considered a temperature. Imagine living through 50 degrees heat, no water to have a shower or to drink, to cook your food, to steer clear from malaria, cholera, which in theory has been eradicated, but not really, dengue fever, chikungunya, because people keep water in ways that are not appropriate due to the lack of information, lack of care. So we need to be here, especially as Black women. There is no future while there is environmental racism. There is no climate justice while there is environmental racism. We need to have access with accessibility, always. Thank you.
Agora eu passo a palavra para Rafa.
And now I'll give the floor to Rafaela, and you have 3 minutes, Rafaela. Well, I agree with what was said by everyone, but I'd like to emphasize what Marielle just said. We look at these people and we don't see, is there any diplomat here? No, that's the reality. It's a definite question. In November, there was a hard blow against us because we wanted to have a Black woman in the higher court in Brazil, the Supreme Court, and that's why we have 40% of the population, of the jail population, that are innocent, that never had a chance to a trial, and they have been kidnapped by the government because we don't decide on our lives. It's a white judge who has no idea of our reality, who looks at us and sees a suspect. Since 2018, there is something they do in Rio de Janeiro in the summer called Summer Operation. They kidnap young black teenagers on public transportation to prevent them to get to the beach. They are sent to police station in buses. From between 30 to 40 teenagers every day are sent to police stations because the idea is that supposedly they're going to commit crimes. And in 2019, there was a research where we asked the agency, what do you do? We arrest them. They stay for 35 to 40 days in a central where they are tortured, raped. They insert broomsticks in their anuses. We saw many teenage girls in this condition who got pregnant after being raped there. So it was a big blow to us because we need to say that this is a racist government. How many ministers are Black women or Black men? Even the important divisions, the important authorities, how many Black people are there? We live in a constant politics of exception. This is a racist government. And who makes the decisions about the healthcare strategy, about urban planning? Well, are people who had never been in a packed bus, who never used public healthcare, never sent their children to public schools. So we want to have a delegation where half the diplomats are Black. 28% should be Black women because we represent 28% of the Brazilian population. And when Joana died, I was sure that if one white woman had made the decisions about public mobility, she would be alive. Because historically, we built liberty. The Palmares Quilombo was the first democratic society in Brazil. It resisted many attempts at its destruction. So ever since there was slavery, we have been leaders in freedom. We do not have nurseries in our territory. We take care of our kids. We have a collective care strategy and we produce technology all the time. We know the best technology for thinking and planning cities. So this technique that is used, they replicate a white logic because they take some distance from vulnerability when they think about the city, but everyone should have a place. And if you're not in the place of privilege, you're at the opposite end. And people who have power, they are privileged and they implement policies that kill us by action, inaction, or negligence. So we define the elections because we are 28% of the population. We are the greatest populational group that voted against the ultra conservative government we used to have. We were there to welcome the new president, but we're not there as thinking subjects that can offer policies that are efficient. And if we at least half the diplomats are black in the next copy, we would be happy because they should be here, not listening to us only, but working along with us. We want to be able to work, to live well, to have dignity. I think this is essential and defines the possibility of our existence. Okay, we really we have very little time. So if someone wants to ask a question, the time is now. Are there questions? Well, I think there are no questions. I think the contributions were very clear, poignant, even. And well, we'd like to give our thanks for the possibility of having this space. I'll read the letter. So before we close, we'd like to read the letter and move on to the final considerations. We're going to read the open letter. It will be open for signatures in the defense of the adoption of anti-racist politics. Nothing about us, our perspective built by and for Black women that should be taken into consideration in the creation of policies. COP28 that will happen between 30th of November and 12th of December is a space where there will be the definition of plan of damage and losses and more commitment in reducing pollutant agents. And there will be an assessment of the global stocktake, a type of monitoring or greenhouse gas emissions. The technical report has been published and shows how international action has failed. And the situation is not different in Brazil. And Black women leaders have been trying to propose actions to revert the situation by identifying concrete demands imposed by the climate crisis. They have been developing research and thinking about equal, sustainable solutions, despite the difficulties imposed by structural racism that prevent this group from having a voice in spaces of power. Unfortunately, Brazil was under an ultra-conservative government that ignored global agreements to fight climate change and ignored its consequences. During this period, there was an increase in the use of pesticides, deregulation of emissions of the industry, and discussion about efficient cities. These actions made the crisis deeper in the country, as well as respiratory diseases and the general state of the population who had to face landslides and other disasters. In 2023, a new coalition government is committed to taking care of this question. We'd like to highlight the participation of Lula in the COP in Egypt, and also the preparation for the next COP in Belém do Pará. However, the reluctance of the governments in adopting an anti-racist agenda shows the presence of conservatism in strategic areas of government. And this poses a huge challenge to making these goals a reality. Population is trying to become socially active by taking part in strategic decisions to face crisis. And there has been some dialogue with the ministries of the environment and indigenous peoples, aiming at decreasing emissions and reduce the harm suffered by the population. And I'm going to skip some parts of this letter because we don't have time, but I'm going to read the recommendations, but the letter is available for everyone who would like to sign. So we recommend the adoption of policies that are associated to compensation for harm, investment for urban infrastructure, specifically mobility policies in the most vulnerable territories that have fewer resources and poor infrastructure. Also, energy transition and decarbonization, making sure that vulnerable population plays a central role in decisions made by the state. We also recommend investment in good public transportation, respecting the geographical characteristics of the land, and also aiming at zeroing emissions of public transportation and transportation in general, increased road safety technology, strategic monitoring technology, training of trainers, and accessibility actions, and care for vulnerable groups who are left at the margin of discussions, increased opportunities in transportation to poorer territories to generate jobs and urban infrastructure. Ensure funding for healthcare systems and specific policies, healthcare policies for vulnerable populations, taking into consideration the effects of the climate crisis on the physical and mental health of population, and applying health protocols. In the case of environmental disasters, we have around 10 recommendations, and we would like to have you all read them. We don't have much time. We have 1 hour for the panel to discuss topics that are extremely important to us, historically important. We have pent-up demand for spaces where we can voice our needs and thoughts. So we invite you all to read the report and the letter so that you can know more about our demands. And I'd like to thank all organizations that helped us organize this panel. I won't be able to read it. So I'd like to say that for us, it's very important to be able to be in spaces like this one. Thank you.
Isso.
I'm sorry, her mic seems to be off.
Muito
Good
bem-vindas.
afternoon. Welcome, everyone, to the panel that will discuss climate justice in defense of territories, protection of the Amazon, Caatinga, and other biomes, opportunities with the Escazú Agreement, and challenges in gender equality, overcoming environmental racism. I'm Rubens Born. I'm representing the steering committee of the Escazú. I'm a member of Fundação Esquel, president of IDEC, one of the organizations. Well, Movimento Escazú is one of the organizations organizing that, and I'd also like to thank colleagues from other organizations for their presence here. And this panel is a result of the collaboration between different entities that merged 5 events in one. And I'd like to thank the PEF Institute, the Brazilian Forum for the Environment and Development, the Sabia Center, SOS Pantanal, Consultation for the Amazon, Amazonia Vox, GTA, the Alternative Association Terra Azul, and all the other associations that somehow helped us prepare this panel. So it will be divided into 2 parts. In the first part, we're going to discuss more broadly about the importance of the Escazú Agreement and of ensuring fundamental rights for people who defend territories. And we're waiting for Joana Batistana, president of FUNAI. We have the executive secretary of the Economic Commission of the UN for Latin America, José Manuel Salazar. Sirnaz, Congressman Neumandel, who drafted the Escazú report at the Parliament. And in the second part, we're going to have the participation of Andrea from Consultation for the Amazon, who will be presenting the panelists that will speak in the second half of this panel. So without further ado, I'd just like to remind you that the Escazú Agreement is on CEPAL's webpage in Portuguese, English, Spanish, cepal.org. It's the first environmental agreement of Latin America that includes human rights and that brings together human rights and environment, and is the only one that has clauses and commitments from countries to ensure a safe environment for the actions of people and organizations who defend human rights in environmental matters. We're going to have brief contributions. So now I'd like to invite the Secretary of CEPAL, who will be speaking English because of people participating online who require translation. So if you need translation into Portuguese, make sure you get your equipment. And I'd also like to thank Inácio for his presence here from the UN and Committee for Human Rights. So the floor is yours.
Muy buenas tardes. I was asked to speak in English, so I'm sorry. My Portuñol, I could speak in Spanish, but maybe it's better this way. I'm very pleased to be here, very, very pleased. I would like to salute Ms. Joania Wapichana, President of the National Foundation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, the Honorable Mr. Amon Mandel, Federal Member of Parliament and Rapporteur of the Escazú Agreement ratification bill in the Brazilian Congress, Ms. Angelica Mendes, member of WWF and also of the Chico Mendes Committee, all the distinguished delegates and representatives of indigenous people here, and colleagues and friends. I'm very honored to take part in this panel on the defense of the territories, the protection of the Amazon, Caatinga, and other biomes, and the opportunities offered by the Escazú Agreement. First of all, allow me to share that the reality of the Amazon is very close to me. As some months ago, I had the privilege and opportunity of accompanying the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, in her visit to indigenous territories in Pará, the Brazilian Amazon rainforest. Such a visit took place in a very symbolic month for indigenous peoples, August, when we celebrate their International Day, and happened immediately after the signing of the UN Brazil Cooperation Framework for 2023-27, which seeks to make the 2030 agenda a reality in the country, leaving no one behind. During that visit, I had the opportunity to learn firsthand the invaluable natural richness of this unique territory, and to see and to listen and interact, get to know some of its peoples who hosted us with the greatest of hospitalities and showed us a glimpse of their way of life, the cultures, the traditions, and the shared aspirations, the struggles, and the needs. We had on the sites some very interesting meetings with leaders, indigenous leaders, and other groups in Belém as well. So I really came much better informed about the whole situation of the Amazon and the challenges, but also the opportunities. So it gives me great pleasure to reconnect with the voices and the passions of the Amazon, this time at the UN Climate Change COP in Dubai. The Amazon, of course, as no other territory, reaffirms the need of protecting the right to a healthy environment to achieve sustainable development. If we analyze the challenges of the Amazon subregion and add those to the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean, we find a very bleak picture, unfortunately, one of continued economic and social consequences and an ongoing environmental and climate crisis. In this cascade of crises, as we said, and characterizes the environmental emergency driven by climate change, degradation, and biodiversity loss, intensifies the vulnerabilities and inequalities in our societies. And this is truth from Mexico all the way to Patagonia, and particularly in the Caribbean as well. Truth be told, climate change is the greatest manifestation of inequality, in which those that are less responsible for its effects bear the greatest brunt, and where vulnerable communities are very disproportionately affected. In the case of indigenous people, given their intrinsic connection with the environment and also their whole world vision, these impacts are even more acute. Biodiversity loss and environmental degradation in their territories impact traditional practices and ancestral knowledge, and damage sacred and spiritual places. We must therefore act with urgency to advance climate justice. Climate justice seeks to balance the burden of climate impacts and level out those inequalities. It involves addressing these vulnerabilities and working towards solutions that promote equity and resilience. But to achieve it, we must start by recognizing these challenges and developing strategies that reduce the disparities with cultural sensitivity, inclusion, and full respect for human rights. Now, what role does the Escazú Agreement plays in all this context? To move towards climatic justice, we need to raise the level of ambition and scale up public policy efforts. We have to rethink the hows, how to do these things in terms of institutions, in terms of cooperation, in terms of financing, in terms of political support. And the Escazú Agreement gives us the key to do so. It is a powerful and unique tool to analyze and catalyze climate action and governance in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Escazú Agreement, which is the short name, and I'm sure you all know, but I'm going to say it, the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we, as you know, ECLAC, we act as the secretariat to this agreement. This agreement aims to implement the three rights of access, strengthening regional capacities and cooperation, and the right of present and future generations to a healthy environment and sustainable development. The agreement can be a great ally in the fight against climate change on numerous fronts. First, by generating and providing access to information about climate change and raising awareness. Secondly, ensuring the full and effective participation of all people and the consideration of local knowledge in policies and actions against global warming. And third, offering access to justice in environmental matters, enabling better functioning of administrative and judicial bodies called upon to deal with this issue. Certainly, the Escazú Agreement reinforces governance, institutional capacities, participation, public-private dialogues, and compacts for transforming our development model. It also protects those who defend the environment, such as indigenous peoples. In fact, the Escazú Agreement is the first treaty in the world to contain specific provisions on environmental defenders. I would like to pause briefly to recognize all the tireless defenders of nature and territories in our region who face threats, attacks, intimidation, and even murders every day for protecting our common heritage. Without going any further, one of the defenders of the Peruvian Amazon, the Apu Quinto Inuma, indigenous leader of the Santa Rosillo community, was murdered just a few days ago in San Martin. I firmly condemn this murder and extend my sympathies to his family and community. Far from intimidating us, losses like those of the Apu Inuma should drive us even more to continue defending the environment in the region. To protect our planet, we must start by protecting those who defend it. And for this, you can always count on the unconditional support of CEPAL, ECLAC. Moreover, the emphasis of the agreement is on implementation and the creation and strengthening of capacities and regional cooperation, where all countries have something to contribute and to gain. I want to also take this opportunity to congratulate the states of Latin America and the Caribbean that are already parties and invite the rest of the region to join this initiative. I know that Brazil is precisely currently moving forward with this ratification process, and we hope, Deputy Mandel, to have your country become a party very soon. We were just speaking before we started. This is a treaty of the region and for the region, which responds to our realities and priorities, and which aspires to achieve environmental democracy. There is no time to waste. The entire region has to benefit from it promptly. In concluding, climate justice requires bold transformative policies that truly move the needles of development. Our countries need to focus on economic growth with transformation. These are not alternative, but complementary endeavors. They go hand in hand to move towards a development path and societies with low carbon emissions and high technological content that allow us to tackle climate change and reduce the structural gaps and heterogeneities that historically have existed in the region. This is possible if transforming sectors are prioritized, those that create growth and generate employment, but with a low environmental footprint. Let us work together in achieving this goal and a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future for us all. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you. If you notice this, the people in this panel, we started with an international party here, but Brazil needs to be participative. So the first step of Brazil is to approve it in the Congress so that Brazil can be a party of this. And other things will have to be ratified by the Congress. And before I offer the floor to Congressman Mondale, in the Escazú Agreement, a regional plan to protect human rights defenders is being built. And the draft of this plan is under public hearing up until the 14th of January. Please visit the page in the SCAZU agreement and please have a look at it. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Amon. I'm 22 years old and I am a congressman and a climate advocate. I was elected by the state of Amazonas, which is the largest state in the legal Amazon. And I am the rapporteur for the SCAZU agreement in the Congress. And we hope that the ally congressmen will support this agreement and fight for its approval. It was already made available to NGOs and civil society for suggestions and alterations. The report has been submitted a few weeks ago, perhaps more than a month now, and while the possibility of alteration of this report is not voted, I will be nonetheless talking about our state, and I will talk about a just transition beyond the SCAZU agreement. This agreement comes to guarantee the protection to environmental advocates, traditional indigenous people, and to fight for the transparency of environmental data. It is inevitable to talk about this subject without citing the recent crisis in the state of the Amazon regarding deforestation and fires. In the past 3 months, our capital has experienced the worst air quality in the entire planet. People require medical care, pets are dying due to the smoke that is happening in the countryside of the state and in our neighboring state, Pará. This could be avoided if environment policies actually worked from the base, from the municipalities. But unfortunately, what we see is systematic omission on behalf of the Brazilian state when it comes to executing the policies. Municipalities have omitted, and in the same pace, so did the state level and the federal government. The Brazilian Constitution provides for the preservation of the environment, and this is the responsibility of all federative entities, even though federal legislation establishes a clearer division of scope, determining the prioritization to this responsibility to state level and municipality. If there is an omission, it is a duty of the federal government to intervene in these states, executing federal laws that establish the protection to the environment. No one has been arrested, or nearly no one has been arrested since the beginning of the federal police operations and the military police environmental battalion since they started their activities in the state of Amazonas. And why is that? This is the question I'd like to ask. Ladies and gentlemen, when we do not support strongly enough and directly enough the SCAZU agreement, in the Foreign Relations Commission, Brazil is choosing its agenda. And even though we are in a much better scenario, a more prosperous scenario, where the government was against these agendas, the current government, even though being favorable to the agreement, is not doing much. We still depend on the political articulation so that the allied base in the Congress mobilizes themselves to vote in favor of the agreement. As a rapporteur, I am available for this type of articulation, but I don't have the authorization to speak on behalf of the government and on behalf of what would be the priority of the Brazilian government within the Congress. I again make myself available as a congressman to talk to civil society organizations, as I have been doing, so that we can pressure the allied base and the congressmen themselves so that they are present in these votes when the vote is supposed to take place. So far, it doesn't sound promising. So I required that the discussion is postponed because there is a forecast of a defeat and the opposition of several Congress people in the Brazilian Congress. So this is the picture, and I'd like to make an appeal as the representative of the state of Amazons and one of the most voted congressmen in Brazil and climate advocate. I would like to ask that you don't just think about the Escazú Agreement, but also in the population that live under the trees and the citizens that live in the cities of the Amazon. And I don't think that talking about this, we are talking about just an international agreement, because there is a guarantee of this type of protection in our federal constitution. But while representatives of the civil society, we need to demand this from the authorities. And even though we have representatives that care and support this cause, such as the Minister of Environment and the Minister for Indigenous Peoples, this is not enough for the allied base to move. We need the entire base, base of ministries to mobilize. While the government is in favor of the Escazú Agreement in their speeches, but not providing support for these agendas to advance, this is nothing more than rhetoric. The government has elected these priorities, the tax reform, other issues that are indeed important, but in my opinion, and I believe that in yours too, the defense of original peoples, the defense of human rights, and the defense of the environment has to be above all of these agendas. And this is my appeal, so that you, as civil society, help us put pressure so the articulation of our allied base is stronger. I'd like to congratulate all the people in the government that have been helping, and I would like to thank you all for your support. I am available, and I'd like to say that we want the Escazú Agreement approved before the next COP, and not with a status of federal legislation, but with a status of constitutional amendment. So it has to be approved in every single commission instead of going to the plenary discussion in urgency regimen, because otherwise it wouldn't be good enough. We already have a law to protect human rights defenders. We have that law. We have that legislation. But having that with the status of a constitutional amendment is what's going to make Brazil be able to sit in the next COP and in the next bilateral meetings with the credibility that it needs to say, this is in our constitution. What about you? What are you going to do? This is it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Congressman. It is very important to consider all these questions. Secretary Salazar had to go, and he had already told me, but we have Carlos Miguel from CEPAL to join us. So if there are questions, Carlos Miguel is the person following the negotiations in the Escazú Agreement and the previous two COPs. I will offer the floor to Angélica Mendes to hear the perspective of someone who is in the territory, who's in the Amazon. And we would like to hear your impressions about this theme. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angélica Mendes, and I wear two different hats. I am part of the WWF, but I'm also the grandchild of a human rights defender that lost his life or her life. I am the daughter of Angela Mendes, mother of a teenager. I am a PhD in psychology and evolution. And many of you don't know my grandfather, but in 88, my mom was pregnant. I hadn't been born yet, and my grandfather was killed by farmers to because he prevented the expansion of farmers and of rubber tapping. And this is what led to my grandfather's killing. So he was killed 35 years ago, and that's when the Chico Mendes Institute was born. And he left a legacy. He created some extractivist reserves. After his death, that was the legacy that was left. And something else that I'd like to share. And now I'm wearing the hat of the granddaughter. The Escazú agreement is essential. It's very important. Every time that I see another defender, even under the government that we have, when I see a defender being killed, this touches me. And this doesn't happen just with me. Several families lost next of kin. Several friends of mine are being threatened due to the struggle. We know that a standing forest is important, but nonetheless, these lives are still at risk. We are here at a COP to try and discuss the Paris Agreement, but in order to reach these goals, we need that the defenders are doing the very important work, which is to keep a standing forest, keep their territories. I'm talking about the Amazon, but of course we have other biomes that suffer the same problems. So, as I was saying, in order to fulfill these goals, we need to offer the conditions for the human rights defenders, the environmental defenders, and advocates can continue their work, but so that we don't have any more Chico Mendes, we have no more José Cláudio, we have no more Marias, Dorothys, Ariureuauau, Mãe Bernadette, and so many other people that in the present day are still being killed for their fight. The Chico Mendes Committee is one of the organizations that belong to the struggle in favor of the Escazú Agreement. And now I'm going to wear my hat under the WWF, and we're creating a fund for environmental defenders and advocates. And this fund's out there. But every time that an environmental defender loses their life, something else is lost. My grandfather knew he was going to die. He knew his end was near. He said that flowers and a big burial wouldn't keep the forest standing. He wanted to be alive. No one is fighting thinking that they will be killed, that they will lose their lives, but we will not move back. We will fight, and we'll fight to the end so that we can defend our territories. Thank you, Angélica. We need to go to the second part, but it would be a bit impolite if we didn't hear Carlos Miguel. Sorry to ask you to improvise. We had the secretary, then the congressman, and they all talked about the importance of correlating rights and the defense of territories. And in this sense, maybe Carlos can give us a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, to talk about the importance of this regional plan to protect defenders, because the next panel will talk about the defense of territories and the people who live in these territories. I'm going to speak in English.
Now, at this very moment, we are discussing an implementation action plan for Latin America and the Caribbean for the protection of the environmental defenders. The environmental defenders, the protection of the environmental defenders is the Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement. But in the first conference of the party, there was a decision considering the importance of the situation of the environmental defenders, which is a reality, daily reality in Latin America. The executive secretary mentioned the indigenous men that was killed in Peru a few days ago, and every day is happening that. So the parties and the public, because in the Escazú Agreement, everybody can participate, decide that one of the decisions will be, and the primary decision will be to establish this action plan. At this very moment, there is an open participatory process in the webpage of ECLAC. We have concluded already 2 forums on environmental defenders, and the idea is to search for solutions. It will be at the local level, it will be at the national level, at the regional level. Please consider that a regional agreement will check solutions at the regional level, but this solution at the regional level thereafter should be incorporated in the national plans for implementation of the Escazú Agreement in every country. So every country at this moment are also working in national plans, and the implementation of the Escazú Agreement means all the articles, including Article 9. But I will say 2 more things. It is important not to focus only in the Article 9, because you will not protect the environmental defenders if there is not a state of law, if there is no transparency, if there is not participatory process in the decision making, and if there is not access to information. So all the rights are interconnected. When you don't have this right, you have the people affected, the environmental defenders affected. So we have to start from the roots of the problem. So the action plan we are doing right now, and the idea is to approve in the next conference of the party, will be one of the steps to moving forward for solutions in this area. Next conference of the party will be in April in Chile, from the 22nd to 24th of April next year, and this will be the main, probably the main decision. And the final issue is that another decision of the first conference of the party, and also of the second conference of the party, was the creation, not the creation, the establishment of the compliance committee. So in the Escazú Agreement, there is also one article establishing a compliance committee. In the second conference of the party, the public and the parties decide on the members of this compliance committee. In the next conference of the party, we will start the process of the compliance committee, and this will be also a tool to support the parties and the public when hopefully there is something that is not going well in the countries, to reach this compliance committee to ask for support and protection. So these are the 2 instruments that we are right now discussing at the conference of the party. But this is a process that is learning by doing, and everybody should participate and give solutions for the parties and for the rest of the countries to solve all these problems that has been decided here. And the last one is, now we have 15 countries, still Brazil is not, but Peru is not party as well, and we have a lot of problems with environmental defenders in Peru. Colombia is not a party, which is another country where the environmental defender has a lot of problems. Honduras is not a party, And these 4 countries are the countries where more people is killed in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have a lot of things to work together, and ECLAC is willing to support all of you.
Thank you, graças. Eu vou convidar, agradeço ao deputado Momandel, Angélica.
I thank Congressman Momandel, Angelica, and Carlos Miguel. You have heard about the importance of the agreement. I'd like to thank you all. We have several people that are part of the CONAC, or the Coordinating Commission of Quilombola Communities. We have people who are part of fishing communities, of others who are in the front line defending the life of its members, of its people. I'd like to invite Andrea Coquinho now so that she can conduct the second part of this panel. We have 2 people and 2 who are going to be online. Andrea, could you please come here and explain what the second part will be? Yes?
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Obrigada
Good
pela
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Let's carry on with a panel that was divided. I am very happy to be here again, sharing this panel with Samela, get to know Isabella. We have Carlos Magno online. And I don't want to take too much time, but let me introduce myself. My name is Andrea Coutinho Lobac. I am a journalist from Rio, and I work with climate justice in Brazil. And here I am a fellow of Instituto APU, and I am a co-author of the book Quem Precisa de Justiça Climática no Brasil. And we just want to continue with the debate that has already started from the perspective of information. When we think about the narratives, when we think about environmental defense and what is being shown by the media in relation to what happens in the Amazon and the shrubland, these are narratives that are not being told. So in order to think about such important agreements, we need to hear the narratives and the data that come from people that are in the front line. So I'd like to start with Samela. Can you please introduce yourself and talk a little bit about this perspective? What is the media not showing, and what's going on in terms of climate defense in a country where climate and environmental unfairness and injustice happens a lot? Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samela Sansatare Maué. I'm from Manaus in the Amazon, in the north of Brazil, part of the Amazon biome, and I am part of the articulation of indigenous peoples of Brazil, responsible for the community and communication of indigenous peoples. I am a young advocate, biologist, and I am a fellow of Institute Aperoque. I was here in the morning talking about environmental racism and climate justice, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about this landscape of visibility. As a young indigenous person, we have an important role, which is communication. We are conveying our narrative with our language and through our identity. We show what the big media doesn't from our territory. And when we talk about environmental racism from our perspective, this is what truly happens in the territories. We're not going to be able to see what happens in the territories, the violence, the fires, the illegal fishing and mining, traffic of animals and people. That's not going to be international media. Our narratives are not going to be interpreted in the evening news. So that's why we have to bring this narrative from our point of view. For a very long time, anthropologists would talk about us, what we wore, what we ate, and this is the narrative and the view, the perspective that Brazilians have of indigenous peoples, a vision that was put there by colonizers. And now we're occupying all social media such as Facebook, Instagram, and others in order to give visibility to what actually happens in our territories. There is a violence report in our territories that was carried out by a supporting organization, and it says that between 2018 and 2021, about 700 indigenous leaderships were killed due to conflict inside the territories by land grabbers, illegal miners, illegal loggers, and others. These are the losses that are not taken into account. The losses of life, our territories, our encantados or our enchanted, and this is irreparable, immeasurable. Since the invasion, we have been killed. And what are the damages? Damages that still happen in our territories that can be repaired sometimes, can't sometimes. Deforestation is damage, flooding is damage, and we suffer with the impacts of environmental racism. Also taken into account a pact on how to reach justice in terms of climate, including more indigenous peoples, more quilombolas. We're still trying to get into decision-making spaces, and this panel is part of this construction. But there is the issue of the legislated genocide. That's beyond physical genocide. It is happening right now in the Congress, in the Senate, and in Brazilian politics when parliamentarians sign for the death of our people, when they approve, for example, the time frame thesis or marco temporal, when they approve the exploitation of indigenous territories, mining in our territories, because inside the Brazilian Congress, that space is occupied by the caucuses of the Bible, the livestock, and the weapons. And these people sign for our deaths, deaths of our people and territories. And we are here to whistleblow. We can't talk about preservation, net zero, deforestation, fossil fuels, environment if we don't talk about politics. Our bodies are politics, and our speech has to reflect that. We have to be political everywhere. So the articulation of the indigenous peoples of Brazil, we talk about an indigenous emergency.
Porque dentro dos territórios indígenas, não só na Amazônia, mas também em todos os biomas do Brasil, Caatinga, Cerrado, Pampas, Pantanal, Mata Atlântica, há genocídio indígena, há desmatamento, há queimadas, e todos os biomas são importantes para dentro de um equilíbrio climático global. E tudo isso a gente tem que levar em consideração na perspectiva indígena, quando a gente fala em racismo ambiental e injustiça climática.
Indigenous perspective when you talk about climate justice. That's what I had to say, basically. Well, thank you very much for the message. It's really important. And now talking about what you said, now I'm representing an initiative for the Amazon launched by an institute called Bem da Amazônia and also Amazônia pelo Clima. And all these initiatives and efforts based on the premise that we need to give voice to people who live in the territory and who are from the Amazon. And we're not trying to decide who belongs and who doesn't, but we want to give voice to everyone who lives in the Amazon and is not getting any benefit of this fad of discussing the Amazon. When Amazon was still in its wild state, there were many people working there, occupying the territory, and they still need space and need to be heard. So in the discussion on how to give voice to people who actually live in the Amazon, we came up with the Amazon Vox initiative, which is a data bank of sources for journalists. So everyone who's actually working for the Amazon are invited to register and use this for their searches.
Outras fontes só porque eles são desleixados.
Journalists don't choose other sources because they don't care, but because it's really difficult to find credible sources. So our idea is organizing in one single accessible place sources for journalists to really have access to information and give voice to the Amazon people. And another objective is that communication professionals, and I'm not just talking about journalists, but also photographers, interpreters, all the network of possible services that will be involved in communication, because these people also need to be hired, they need to be trained. So, do you really need a great photographer from the Southeast to take pictures when you have a news story about the Amazon? We have photographers who know how to move in the forest, who know the peoples who live there. So this is a big effort we're making of connecting the items of this network. Of course, the great press and journalists who are from the Southeast, I'm not saying they shouldn't go there, but what I'm talking is about the fact that this is a diverse and multiple, plural territory. I'm from the state of Pará. Pará is not the same as the state of Amazonas, of Acre, of Amapá. So we need to have all Amazonian states represented, not just one point of view, not Western Amazon, Eastern Amazon, from the cities, from the hinterland. So we don't need so many middle people. We see the power of social networks now. So our objective is to build this bridge between big communicators and small communicators, establish connections with Amazonian sources. So I'm talking about communication service providers as a whole. So I'll leave an invitation to everyone who would like to register to Amazonia Vox and invite you for this reflection about their role when giving information and giving information some space, because when we see an article in primetime TV, what happens is that these people are playing a central role, which is exactly what should happen. It's not inviting an expert who has barely visited the Amazon to talk about the Amazon. So this was the message. I know we don't have much time. Now I'll give the opportunity for others to speak. Thank you. Thank you, Isabella and Samila. We're going to give the floor to Carlos, who's going to bring the perspective of how the Sabia Center has been working in the semi-arid region. And it's very interesting to hear what he said and connect it to what you said about the invisibility of data, the role of the press. And Carlos has a very specific perspective of data that are not being publicized and but that are interesting to everyone. So please introduce yourself, Carlos, and give us the perspective of the semi-arid region of Brazil when we talk about these topics. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? I'm Carlos Magno. I work at the Sabia Center. I also wear different hats. It's a shame I wasn't able to travel. I had a health issue when I was about to fly, but it's good to have this opportunity to come here and talk about another biome, which is the Caatinga semi-arid biome in Brazil. And I coordinate the Sabia Center with other colleagues, but I'm also a member of a center for the Brazilian semi-arid and executive director of an association that works with the topic. And we work in institutions, but we are people. So I'd like to say that I was born and bred in Paraíba, in a semi-arid region. We have to be very resilient. I have ancestors that were indigenous and or came from Africa, so I'm of Afro-indigenous origin. So I grew in this territory, and the semi-arid region of Brazil is not included in the climate narrative proposed by governments. When I checked the 171 events that discuss Brazilian issues, Caatinga was present in only this one. So there is a lot of talk about the Amazon and the forest. And I'm not saying that we should get in a fight for um, funds or narratives. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that this is a region that has 28 million people, and a great percentage of Quilombola communities are in this region. Semi-arid has 32% of indigenous peoples of Brazil, so it's a massive territory with a lot of potential, but that has an ecologic characteristics of very little rainfall. It's the most populous semi-arid region in the world, but they have 3 months of rainfall, and 78% of the water that falls evaporates. So in these areas, for hundreds of years, we live with this lack of predictability of the climate. And our territory is fully located in Brazil, and it's exclusive, unique to Brazil. You don't find anything like that anywhere else in the world. 45% of our forest was destroyed. And Caatinga is an indigenous word that means white scrub, because the plant, they lose all its leaves, which is a strategy to withstand the cycle, the drought, and we lost 40% of the water we had in the territory. The territory has little by little losing its water, and 50% of family agriculture happens in this area. So if you think that 70% of what Brazilians eat come from family farming, you see how important this region is. So even though it is a dry land, it produces lots of food, and it can be strategic to discuss this region for Brazil's sovereignty. I'm running out of time. It's a really short time. What I wanted to say is that we see that many companies and development, quote unquote, arrive in the region with the narrative of energy production, be it wind or solar production. We don't see any engagement of the population to discuss climate justice from the perspective of people, a people-centered approach. We have the characteristics of growing up in this area and living there is becoming harder and harder, but we have made it, and we have a lot to share and to teach about that. We manage more than 3 billion reals, and we built more than 1 million wells, taking drinking water to a huge number of people. It's an award-winning project, this of the wells, but this is not something people know, because those solar plants and wind farms, they have a huge impact, and people don't talk about that. So because I don't have much time, I'd like to wrap up by saying that the semi-arid region has a lot to contribute in the climate discussion as a central actor. So often when you think about the Caatinga, you're going to think of a dry land. This was something that the media propagated. When things get dry, you don't have those cracks on the ground. So in these last 20 years, we've been trying to deconstruct those images and show an adaptive, living semi-arid region that was built with dignity. And in closing, Andrea, well, the previous half of the panel mentioned Chico Mendes, and I remember something that he said, which is ecology without class struggle is gardening. So we say that in the semi-arid region, life pulses and people resist. Thank you, Carlos. I always say that you are the greatest teacher for the semi-arid reality in Brazil. It's a shame you cannot see our audience here, the public here. We have lots of people, and I'd like to use this opportunity to bring propositions to the second half of our session. So maybe if we could use this opportunity of having these people here and authorities, and because you have a long-term and a short-term horizon when you talk about climate change. People who are dying, who are suffering, they can't wait for a long-term institutional policy. So thinking about our present emergency, the violations of the past, and our dreams for the future, what are your proposals? What are the emergency and structural measures that you as leaders, I think we've discussed the Manaus, the Belém, and the Recife perspective, and I'd like to hear specific proposals that you have before we close this panel. We, indigenous peoples, are aware of the fact that we need to be part of decision-making processes. And today we launched the Planet group. Are going to have people running for Congress. And last year we had the Indigenous Caucus in Parliament. And we encourage indigenous peoples to become, to have political positions. It's important when you need our voice to be heard to do that, but we also understand that we need to be present where laws are written, approved, or vetoed. So we had around 30 members of indigenous communities who ran for elections. They represented all states of Brazil, running to be a Congress for the states of federal Congress people, and we elected Célia Chacriabá and Sônia Guajajara, who's now a minister. Jana Buchanan, unfortunately, was not re-elected, but we're still building that. We need investment support and possibilities to make sure that more of our representatives can occupy spaces of power and decision making, participating in the approval of laws, vetoing measures that will promote and continue the ongoing genocide and approving bills that will that represent us, our territories, that approach the demarcation of indigenous lands, preservation of conservation units, and strengthening our environmental agencies that protect the environment, such as ICMBio and IBAMA. So it is our understanding that the way to go about it is politics. And now we have a representative with the Ministry of the Indigenous Peoples. We have a representative at the National Foundation for Indigenous Peoples and also the Special Secretariat for Indigenous Health. So it's an ongoing process. It's a work in progress, and we build collective communities where we look closely at what our representatives are doing, what they are negotiating for indigenous peoples, and that's why I'm here. We're here also. Well, I'm going to be very brief. I think there are two reflections about the objectives. One, inviting authorities and people in spaces of power to include in their teams, and not just when they're talking about indigenous lands, but also when they talk about energy transition, policies for pregnant women, public health care. All these authorities, these divisions, these organizations should invite and include people from the territory. They should have diversity. These people should be in decision-making spaces. You also need the perspective of the territory when you decide on health, basic sanitation, energy issues. All the topics related to our daily lives also should include the perspective of people who live in the Amazon. So that's my first reflection of what can change. The second is that we should be generous in our network and please give space and give a central role to people who live in the land and would like to have a voice. I think this is an exercise, so stop talking. I'm here replacing someone who was supposed to be here and couldn't make it, but let's vacate the stage and offer it to people who face the daily challenges of the territory, people who live in the territory. These people must be heard, and they have to have a say about policies that affect their daily lives, not just thematic policies. So these are my suggestions: space, space, and more space. Let's give up a bit of our space, of our central role, and let's allow other people to occupy these spaces in politics. Well, Carlos, please, your recommendations and comments on behalf of Sabia Center and also based on the evidence you have. Well, I would first like to say, first, I would like to say something more general, which is the fact that we and the Brazilian government need to understand that development cannot threaten local populations that actually protect this country's biodiversity. This needs to be included in the debate. It must be based on that. I just heard Minister Haddad saying that economic development needs to go hand in hand with protecting biodiversity. But in the form of classic economy, this will never happen. We'll be swallowed by this monster who's destroying our land and destroying indigenous peoples, quilombolas. Right now, we're going to have company Bascan that is flooding a whole territory in the city of Maceió. The territory is going down because of the actions and negligence of this company. So this is one thing. that we need to protect these areas. And the second aspect is that we need to have universal access to drinking water. You had to make this well program universal. This population need to have access to drinking water. In the area of renewable energies, we need to have other forms of exploring sun and wind, which we have a lot of in the semi-arid region. We need to have community and individual forms of exploring that, so that we won't just have big companies dominating a vast lands, and we also need specific protection for the Caatinga biome, the semi-arid region, because it is unique to Brazil, it's endemic, and it requires a specific law. And finally, we need a climate adaptation program with funds from the Damage and Loss Fund, specific to the region as well, in a dialogue with the civil society. So all these questions need to include civil society. We can't leave this up to government. They are our allies, but even this government who's our ally, well, I mean, we just had an administration that didn't believe so much in the power of civil society, and now we have to legitimize the presence of civil society in those discussions. Otherwise, we won't start playing a central role and have successful programs like the Wells program that was started by the civil society. So I'd like to close with these more general messages, and thank you for the opportunity. Well, we thank you. So this was the shortest panel of our life, or of our experience at the COP, but we were able to have 2 rounds and hear some perspectives. So I'd like to thank all the organizations involved in organizing this panel: Concertação pela Amazônia, PEF Institute, Escazú Movement Brasil, SOS Pantanal, Amazônia Vox, APIB, Sabia Center, and fellow programmers of Arapiaú. And would like to go deeper. The COP is this sometimes strange, fragmented space, but it allows us to have small and great conversations. And I hope in the next edition, we're going to have some results of that, both in fighting this information about and also giving visibility to data. So I'd like to thank you and congratulate you on your struggle and your action in Brazil. The country needs you, needs your work. Thank you all for your presence here. We're going to keep on discussing that. Enjoy the event. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Carlos, fica aqui que a gente vai tirar uma foto com você.
Federal, Minas Gerais.
Secretário de Estado dos Povos Indígenas do Estado do Pará. Secretário Estadual dos Povos.
Boa noite. Boa noite a todos e todas.
Good evening, everyone.
Eles estão perguntando se pode cantar ainda ou se já encerrou o tempo.
Mas eu vou chamar para conversar. Boa noite, gente. Precisamos
Good
começar.
evening, everyone. We need to start. There are a lot of people watching via the streaming. Good evening. My name is Maíra Irigaray, and I am the campaign director for the film We Are Guardians, free translation. We're going to show you a part of the film today, but before that, we're going to invert the order here because the film cannot be shown in the streaming as it hasn't been officially launched. So we're going to have a small conversation before the film because we have incredible people present here today. So I would like to invite the Honorable Minister for the Indigenous People, Sônia Guajajara. The chief of the Brazilian delegation, people. I'm so proud. I would also like to invite the State Secretary for Indigenous Peoples of the state of Pará, who is the star of this film, Rui Tembe. Federal Congresswoman Célia Chacriabá. And one of the co-directors of this incredible film, Edivan Guajajara. Will you please take your seats? I am so honored to be able to be here with you all at this moment. I want to anticipate that perhaps we won't be able to show the entire stretch of film we would have liked to because we started a bit late, but the film will be available soon. Please look for it. And I would like to offer the floor, first of all, to the people that made this film happen, built it and represent the voices in the film. Well, I don't want to speak for too long, but there is a film inside of me. Today, exactly today, in this place where the film's being presented, I feel surprised with our history and the space that the indigenous peoples have gained in a COP. This is a historical moment, and the world needs to know this, that we are capable of reaching these places. So there is always hope, Brazilian people. There is always hope. And we still have time to reforest our rainforest, and the indigenous women are restoring the planet. Thank you, Lord. Thank you to my people from Netehara. Thank you to our friends, our collaborators that have helped me in this trajectories. Sonia, Celia, so many sisters, our Juliana, so many indigenous women and non-indigenous women who believe in us, our men who are companions in our struggle and who believe in our trajectory. I would like to say hello to Princess Emerald from Belgium, who is here giving prestige to our work, our companion Ursula, who is an ally, everybody that works with communication, who's here as well. And to talk about the film, I believe that you must watch. I am no actress. I got into this process without knowing what I was going to do, but I knew I wanted to show the work of our people. And this work is not something that we just did for the film. This is what we do every day. And historically, we are the guardians of this. And the world needs to strengthen this, recognize and value this. I hope that in this space that we have at the COP, we talk about indigenous production in the area of communication, audiovisual arts. We need to think about this type of financing. We need to think about the guardians who work, who do, and who look after the forest, for those who are not there. I think that the responsibility of thinking about the planet and looking after the planet shouldn't be in the hands of a few only. This responsibility needs to be shared. It is a global responsibility, a humankind responsibility. If everyone understands that and starts acting differently, we still have time to build a new history. We still have time to save the planet, to plant love and plant peace and end hunger. So my life, my day-to-day will be shown. The film makes me feel very emotional because my mother couldn't watch it. And my mother was the person who was very proud of me. And she supported me to fly. And I am very grateful to Sonia, my territory colleague. Our states are neighboring states, and we are related. Celia, who strengthens me, helps me, and gives me projection. I would like to thank you, these women, these men. I look at Zeka and I see how much he has been a companion to this. Edivan, that has been with me every day. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I think this is it. There's a lot that is coming, so let us support, let us rethink this Brazil that we have helped and will carry on helping, and a Brazil that dreams. And it had to be you. It's you. This is the people of my land. Open the way for the president of the delegation. This is on behalf of the indigenous peoples. She's chanting.
Ahikiwa, he na he na he na he, he na he na he na he, he na he, na he na ha, he na he na he na he, he na he na he na he, he na he. Narre, narra. Não tem como não emocionar, porque na COP passada.
I feel very emotional because in the previous COP, everybody had doubts on whether Sonia should be the minister. And today she is, and she is the leader of the Brazilian delegation. Even before there was a Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, Sonia always demonstrated the strength of the mystery of the indigenous peoples. Wiki said, I am no film director, but it brings the strength of our collective struggle. We've watched this film for the third time, along with the producers, and it's like a prophecy. We used to say there will be women in the National Congress, and Sonia used to say, President Lula, we are ready to be in the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. And now we are here in a country that took 523 years to get here. But this project of construction goes through our hands. And to the guardians of the forest who went to Rio and watched the film, I'd like to say that they are guarding not just the forest, but history. This film guards the history of women who fight, women who decolonize, and who include other women from other biomes, such as from the Cerrado, the Brazilian savanna, the swamps, Pantanal, and from the shrubs, the Caatinga. We are building a a story that is written by many hands. We understand that this film is not just crossing the lenses of a camera, but also getting into our hearts so that everyone can see our history. We now have pink badges. We are getting into negotiation spaces. We don't come alone. And we are breaking protocols. We are transforming institutional spaces with our indigenous movement. We are here because we understand the crucial fight for our territory, because if you have a territory, you have somewhere to get back to. And if you have somewhere to get back to, you have a mother, you have healing, and you have cure. Hi, everyone. Today is a day to celebrate. Although we still have so many problems, so many miseries, that is the result of centuries of abandonment and lack of public policy. If we think about the COP trajectory starting in 2009, up until now, we have gone through 14 COPs. And from the first minute I was at a COP, I didn't understand what was that, what was being discussed. And when I got there, the first thing that I noticed was that there was no cocar or no head dressing. When I got to the first COP, I felt the need to increase the indigenous participation in these spaces. And we were already talking about territories, reducing emissions. We were saying that it was urgent. And indigenous were just shown as guardians, but that wasn't an official participation. And from then until now, look how much we've achieved. Look in how many spaces we are present. From there, we have created the CAO for all the indigenous. This is a global space for indigenous participation. From the Caucasus, we created a platform for traditional people, and from that platform, a technical support group. And now we have the largest indigenous delegation at COP28. We have the largest delegation that Brazil has ever sent to a COP, and we have an indigenous woman as a chief of the Brazilian delegation. So I got here and I said, words have power. You have to say good things so they happen. Yesterday, President Lula offered the floor to Minister Marina Silva, and he said, I will not speak. I'll let the forest speak. And I will offer the floor to Minister Marina because she comes from the forest and she has the legitimacy to speak. And Minister Marina spoke. And after that, she called me and she said, I'm going to travel with the president and please, you speak. He said, speak, Minister Marina, but you are the forest too. So please, you speak, Sonia. And yesterday I talked to her and she said, tomorrow you will receive your badge and you will conduct the delegation. And we already have an event on just transition with all the summits. And when she gave me the task, I said, did you write anything? Did you make any notes? And then I started improving things and changing things and adding our touch. So when I looked at today's agenda, I had already been invited to participate in a discussion talking about fighting against environmental crime. That was the first meeting in the history of the COP that gathered security and safety forces of all parts of the planet, intercontinental, such as Interpol. And there I was with the president of Interpol talking about the need to protect the environment to advance with the demarcation of indigenous territories, to protect our territories while guaranteeing the safety of our people. And considering that protected indigenous land are a barrier to destruction. So I was there representing this voice directly, not just the voice of the indigenous peoples in Brazil, but in the world, seeking for safety and ending the violence and insecurity that we live and experience all over the world because we protect Mother Earth, our rights, and the planet. And now we're going to watch the film, The Guardians or Os Guardiões, and this is no fiction, this is reality. And it shows the day-to-day of indigenous peoples, the violence they suffer, not just in the Amazon, but in Brazil. Apuí is a protagonist, Edvan is the director of this film, Masságua Jajara is also a co-director, and we are there. We already talked about the Indigenous Caucus. We were saying we wanted a ministry, and this is said in the film. And we talked as women who are connected to the world, women who are seeds, who are water. We break barriers to be everywhere, to talk about ourselves, talk about our rights, and talk about the fact that guardians need to be protected. And these guardians will carry on advancing. Let's carry on in this fight to occupy other spaces. Thank you very much. Good night.
Please take your seats. We'll now play a part of the film. I will just have to let people online know that we're going to cut the streaming of the film, and you have the opportunity to see it when it's launched in January. And something else I'd like to say is that this is not just a film. We are guardians. More than a film, it's a campaign. It's a campaign that we started, and in an attempt to reforest the minds of people, we launched a campaign that is looking for funding and support. There's a GoFundMe link, and we need to set a record by the end of December. If you were interested, I'll give you the QR code. So if you want to support the work of the Guardians and this campaign, I'll be available. You can come talk to me. Because Guardians need all of you to also become Guardians and do your part in supporting their work. Thank you very much.